I almost just want to stay right here. Oh my god!
There's a lot of screaming. Now, who remembers how to get back downstairs?
Oh, jeez.
Because I don't. Oh, wow. They're really, really pissed.
I'm just shooting out this door.
Oh, and those guys are back from from 1 and 2. I don't think they were in the third game before. Oh, I'm dead. Yep. The sploders just decided to trap me in a corner.
Ah! Dude, one freaking spawned right in front of me. Hey, get out of my... This is my space. That's bogus.
Yeah, there's still a very angry bull somewhere. Oh, there he is. High ground!
Oh my god.
Another one? Now, how do we put this ball thing where it belongs?
I mean, they'll be...
Pizza cannon loaded and ready to throw.
Where are they?
Hi, Josh. Merry Christmas. Not here. Oh, wait, it was underground.
Okay.
Whee!
I guess my grandma is coming over.
Oh, isn't family great?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Josh says Merry Christmas to you as
she's
well.
bringing
Bima.
food, so I
Oh,
mean.
okay,
I'm
that
not gonna
softens the blow.
complain.
Yeah.
And that's fine. It'll give Krim and I something to look forward to.
What's that?
Playing more of this.
Oh,
Huh? Oh. What are we doing now?
I have the objective ball. I'm taking it downstairs to the door.
Oh, is it gonna open now?
Yeah, it should because we got the thing. Or I got the thing. Yeah, it's opening. It's all prettified. Oh, there we go.
Hey, pull me forward, that's all I need.
Key? Did I mention how much I like keys? Where do I put this thing?
We think it unlocks something in Abu's symbol.
Abu, huh?
Check Natrissa. I've uploaded the coordinates.
Where do I meet the chopper?
So...
There's no chopper, is there?
We can't get anything in or out right now. This is the hottest zone in Egypt.
Oh, that looks cool. That's a laser.
We picked up a
The first
motorboat
games.
anchored about a quarter mile from your location. Try to get it and head to Abu's symbol.
You know me. If it floats, I'll make it work. This should help.
What?
Let's just call it my little secret.
I'm pretty sure that wasn't in the original Serious Sam 3 campaign. That the laser
Shoot.
pistol.
Perfect timing because my grandma's here. So.
Okay, all right.
I'll let you do your thing, and
All
I'll
right.
be in your stream.
See you later, Bima.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god, my dog is loud.
All right,
Okay, Sam, it's about to get a little hairy.
jump out of
Harry
this.
was my nickname in high school.
I'm not even going to ask.
All right. I'll kill that. Thank you for the 3-stream streak, Josh. All right. Let me find my mouse. Go to this. Go to this. And we're about 10 minutes early, but fuck it. Let's make this official. I only have enough room for one death because I only have one. Where's that keyhole? Ah, what's the matter? It's been so long since you've actually got laid that you don't know where the keyhole is anymore?
Giggity.
Wee-hoo! Na 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 Freeman! Can I shoot on this thing? Probably not. Woohoo! I don't know where I'm going, but I know I'm enjoying the trip. Woohoo!
No one here was stupid enough to expect otherwise.
Except Vaughn, maybe.
This is all news to me.
Okay, maybe one of us.
Oh my god, I'm shocked.
I thought
Vaughn
it might come
was
to
the
this,
stupid
but
one.
Even then, I still stuck with you.
Yep. Stuck on rocks. Stuck on rocks. I can't walk any further forward. I'm stuck on rocks. They're harder than my toe. Oh shit, it's broke. Gloves, everybody. Remember, always wear protection. Because you never know what kind of zombies might be in her vagina. Ooh, is that a shotgun-like thing? I got the ASMD, always sucking my dick. Funny to me. I have plenty of condoms. Oh, condiments. My bad. Oh, sorry. You're concentrating. I won't bother you. I'll call him stuck now. All my HP up material is gone because I had like 14,000 HP. Now I've only got 8,600. They stripped me of all my materia. Oh yeah. He's so dead that it killed the game too. Damn, Cloud. Your Omni Slash was so strong it broke the game as well as Sephiroth.
Time to fight.
The hell? I'm not doing that, y'all. Look, I'm not doing that. She's humping the wall on her own.
guys keep stealing all my guns.
Kill faster. Not my fault. My gun is awesome.
Ho.
Wow. Ho.
Like,
Oh, what a great comeback. That was great. That's beautiful timing there. Kill faster.
thank you.
Wow, ho.
Thank you.
Well, they've gone from going backward and forward to just going round in circles.
Enemy unit sighted.
Wiggle, wiggle, for sure. You know, riding in my Fiat. You really have to see it. 6'2" in a compact, no slack. I'm getting there.
GDI building captured. GDI building captured. Low power.
Shit. Didn't do anything. Oh no, it's big. Oh god!
Oh my god. Joey is on something right now.
Come on, your mom.
Good God almighty! Oh, that still hit me, huh? In the dark, shadowed corners of time, many stories have taken root and blossomed. Tales of heroes whose deeds echoed through the ages, and of villains whose names became synonymous with infamy. Of battles waged between the forces of light and shadow. On a quest that defies reason, a lone ship ventures into that abyss, guided by its bold and courageous captain, his ferocious feline companion, and a crew of outcasts and misfits, across entire worlds, dimensions, through the darkest depths of space, and beyond the limits of known time. These are the adventures of the Starship Dragon. Everybody put your hands in the air and say Merry Christmas. Welcome aboard the Starship Dragon. It is Christmas Day here aboard the Starship Dragon. Happy Thursday afternoon. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. Whatever holiday you choose to celebrate on this time of year. Hope it is a merry and happy one. Glad to have you all here. Happy Thursday afternoon. At least it is now. I know the stream started about 10 minutes early. Don't worry, nobody missed anything. Bimo and I were playing Serious Sam earlier. I thought, well, let me just go live. So I'm going to be, going live normally in about 15 minutes anyway. So I said, fuck it, let's just do it. And then her family showed up, so she had to leave. So don't worry, you guys didn't miss anything. I'm still trying to work on this microphone thing. I'm trying to keep making adjustments here and there so I can keep the microphone where it is and not have to use headphones and still be able to use my speakers to hear the game, because I just really don't want to wear headphones. I really don't. Not that they're uncomfortable or anything. I'm just more comfortable without, as you can see. I don't know. Maybe I should just try to find some like not noise canceling earbuds or something that I could use. I don't know. That's some things I got to work on. Before we jump into the main, not really the main event. Well, the main event is going to be probably some more Daemonhunters. Hello, Comet. Hi. I got a few things I want to talk about. The first thing I want to talk about is some news stories that I read. Second of all, ear encompassing headphones. Well, I mean, I have those, and that's what I use. You've seen me use them before. And again, they're not uncomfortable. They're perfectly fine. I just am more comfortable without them. And, if I could get maybe some earbuds that are not noise canceling, because here's the problem with noise canceling earbuds. Because I talk, you can see me talking, because I talk, I hear myself in my earbuds. Like when I have noise canceling earbuds on, my own voice is like amplified, because the only noise at that point that's being heard is what's coming out of the headphones and my own internal vibrations from my own voice. And for some reason, I can't really give you like an exact explanation or description why, that really bothers me. I can't avoid hearing the sound of my own voice normally, because I have to talk and I'm going to hear myself, duh. But when it's amplified because I have noise canceling earbuds in, it annoys me. It really aggravates me. So if I could get some earbuds that have the same effect, but don't have the noise canceling aspect of it, and doesn't, I think that would be more comfortable for me than having to use my headphones. That and another reason why I don't want to use headphones is I've always had a problem with them breaking. Every pair of headphones that I've used, and I've always used Turtle Beach because they're the only ones that I actually like, and they're comfortable around my head and they sound fine. They always break because I have to obviously spread them out to get them over my fat head and put them on. So doing this over and over again, even after several years, the earbuds or the earphone pieces always snap. Always. It's always happened. So if I get earbuds of some kind, hopefully they would last. Not really last longer, but they wouldn't have that issue because nothing to expand and go over my fat head. So, if I can't make that work, or if I just can't get the sound to be completely mute on the stream as far as you guys not getting double audio, so far nobody's complained about it. Nobody said I'm hearing echoes or double audio from the game or anything like that. So hopefully my settings have been working fine. It's just kind of a paranoia thing because as I'm watching my meters on the stream, my actual audio meters, sometimes when the game is making conversation, when characters are talking, dialogue or whatever, it's triggering the microphone, and I see the microphone meter spike a little bit, and it annoys me. It makes me think, uh-oh, they're hearing the sound, they're hearing the game sound twice. Again, nobody's complained about it, so either they're just not saying anything because they don't care, or it's low enough that if it is bleeding through, it's not noticeable. So hopefully the latter half is the case. So I'm going to keep trying this setup for a while and just hope that that's what's going on. And also, I noticed that my my audio through the mic has been rough lately. I know it's going to be very echoey because I have it kind of far away and I have no echo dampening in my room. But hopefully my settings will help fix some of those issues. Anyway, let me say hello to everybody else because I haven't been talking. I've been talking, not acknowledging chat. Hello, Josh. Once again, happy birthday. Happy birthday. Merry Christmas to you as well. Hello, Darth. Holy shit, and welcome in. Good to see you. Need to build additional pylons. Hello, Per2. Good to see you as well. Hate earbuds with a passion, even with headphones. I need those with big ear cushions to encompass the entire ear inside. Those happen to naturally dim outside noise just because of the shape. I mean, I don't really have a need for noise canceling headphones, because it's not like there's a lot of noise that happens in my room while I'm streaming, and that'll be the only time I wear those headphones. You know, any noise that happens outside, I'm going to hear regardless. So the noise canceling aspect of the headphones doesn't bother me. What bothers me is the fact that I have to spread them out every time in order to put them over my head, and doing that over a long period of time, eventually the earphone parts of them snap. They always do. I always do. So I just want to make these headphones last longer, as long as possible, and minimize the amount of time using them. So I'm not wearing them whenever I'm not playing with somebody and have to listen to them, or need to listen to somebody else while I'm, playing with them, your co-op conversations, voice chat and whatnot. So either I keep with that, or I go with the other path of getting some kind of earbuds, which I think would be much more comfortable more comfortable, but just better than having to spread out a headset every time that could snap, and have the audio just go directly in my ears. I don't have to worry about any echo going on. So, new chat rules, did something happen? No, I noticed that too, that when I go to streams that I've been to a few times, that the chat rules have to be reconfirmed. Maybe Twitch did some new thing where they refreshed everybody's chat rule acknowledgement, and now you have to click I agree again or whatever. So because nothing's changed on my end. Never heard echo in your stream aside from exceptional cases that I did report right away. Okay. So, and it's only going to happen when I'm playing a game and there's like dialogue between characters. If a character is talking, the noise reduction or the noise cancellation functions of OBS are working just fine to prevent any other noise coming from a game, like explosions, gunfire, whatever. That has never leaked over, and my meters don't move whenever there's non-talking happening, but still sound that should be hitting the microphone. So that's been working fine. It's just when people start talking, the noise reduction filter is designed to allow talking to go through. That's what it's programmed for. It's not really AI, but it's it's programmed in that manner. I even have a fan going right now, and if I were to shut up, you would not hear the fan, because the fan is would be considered noise that the filter would filter out. So luckily that's the case, but when characters start talking, that's when the meter starts spiking. Hopefully I've got it to where it spikes low enough that it's almost unnoticeable unless you're really, really paying attention really closely. That's what I'm hoping. I can't use earbuds because they always keep dropping off my ears. No, that's never been an issue for me. I wear a Bluetooth headset when I'm at work. And it's fine. I have no problem with it whatsoever. The noise canceling earbuds that I use at work are really good for canceling out noise because I am around a lot of loud machines. So it helps keep my sanity a little bit more in check, because loud noises really start to get on my nerves, as you've heard me bitch about whenever there's a loud fucking car outside. It's because they crush my ear structure to the point of severe pain. Yeah, I understand. I get it. Everybody has their preferences. I mean, the only reason I don't want to use headphones, besides the fact that I'm just more comfortable without anything at all, is just the lifespan of my headphones. The more I use them, the more I have to open them up and spread them out in order to get them over my head, the more it's going to make them eventually snap, and I just don't want that to happen. So that's why I'm trying to make the non-headphone usage work, which I know can work, because I have seen a number of streamers, big ones, granted they probably have a lot more, you know, mixers and a lot more heavy audio hardware to filter that stuff out, like Maximilian Dude, for instance. He doesn't wear headphones or earbuds, except in very specific circumstances, and I've never heard any echo in his stream. Again, also, he's a big streamer. He probably has the hardware to mute everything possible, and also he's an audio expert. I'm still basically learning. Happy holidays, you filthy animals. Happy holidays to you as well, Chris. Chat rules acknowledgement is likely stored as cookies, and even if you never delete them, cookies have a limited lifespan and legally make a limited maximum. If you hit the latter, that's when you're asked again. Yeah, I've just noticed that recently on Twitch, I've had to confirm and acknowledge the chat rules of streams that I've been into a number of times. So either that or just Twitch has like changed they made everybody refresh theirs just for reasons, because Twitch wanted to. Nonetheless, Merry Christmas again, everybody. Happy holidays to you. I got a few things I want to talk about on the news side of the front. This is a little bit kind of falls into the leak category, but I still want to take a look at it to see if maybe, you know, fingers crossed. Final Fantasy IX project is leaked, but it's not the one you're hoping for. A Final Fantasy IX project that was seemingly shelved earlier this year is reportedly back on schedule and will be ready to release in just a few years, but it's not the remake a lot of fans have been hoping for. Instead, fans will be getting an anime adaptation of Final Fantasy IX with a short series targeted 2028 for its release. So they're getting an anime adaptation. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to say that I'm a fan of Final Fantasy IX. I mean, I didn't hate the game. I thought it was just okay. I certainly think there are worse games in the franchise. I'm looking at you, Final Fantasy VIII, Final Fantasy XII. But I don't think 9 is, you know, fantastic. I think it's just okay. I think it's like a mid-tier game, in my opinion. It's a nice throwback to the 2D Final Fantasies, because you now get a 4-person party. Every attack only does one, you know, unlike like 7, 8, 10, and so forth, every attack only hits one time. Whereas like in those other 3 games I mentioned, there's like Omni Slash, which hits like 13 times. You've got Knights of the Round, which hits like 16 times, you know? Final Fantasy IX, you know, doesn't have that. That's what it's a part of the throwback to the original, the 2Ds. So, I honestly don't really care a lot for the character designs of 9. I think they're just a little too cartoony and silly, and honestly a downgrade from Final Fantasy VIII, because Final Fantasy VIII is, you know, very realistic looking characters. I mean, they're not the chibi characters of 7. I'm talking about the OG versions. But the chibi character of 7, they're the normal, I mean, if tall and stretched out, human versions. And then you've got 9, where you've got this like monkey person. Everybody looks like a child, even like the supposed adults, like Steiner. He looks kind of kid-like with his design. Probably the only one that looks the most adult-like probably is Steiner. None of the characters really like got me, you know, just really stood out to me, short of the ones that I knew before I played Final Fantasy IX, like Vivi. I'd seen Vivi in Kingdom Hearts. Even though I knew he was from 9, I hadn't played 9 up to that point. I just knew that he was from 9. To me, Garnet is just like a tiny young version of Tifa. I mean, she looks just like Tifa. Short gray, well, short black hair, or long black hair that eventually becomes short. You know, it's just very, very Tifa-like in my opinion. I don't think, you know, I think 9's okay. It's an okay game. Looks like 3D cell shading anime too, much like the Berserker anime, hated by fans because it's, well, absolutely ugly. Well, this picture here isn't from the anime. This is an in-game shot of the actual game. This is just a screenshot of the actual in-game in-game of 9. And then they got released around what time? 2006? No, 1998. Final Fantasy VIII came out in 98. Well, like the Japanese release is 98. And then 9 came out in like 99, 2000. 10 came out in 2001. I just got myself some Sonic 06. No. There's nothing about Final Fantasy 9 that has realism to it at all. Final Fantasy 9 has zero realism to it as far as like visuals. 8, what I'm saying is looks more realistic, as they have normal human looking proportions. You know, it's not like the chibi characters of 7 where they're like short, they got the really fat arms and fat legs. And then you got these like kind of cartoon characters in 9. 8 was very normal looking. Yes, again, still PS1 quality, but very normal looking. Okay, so that's it about the Final Fantasy 9. But I was hoping, I mean, to say I'm disappointed is kind of true. I would like to have seen a Final Fantasy 9 remaster of some kind, like a true. I think a Final Fantasy 9 remake wouldn't be a bad thing, but it would have to be on the level of like a Crisis Core reunion type remake. You know, a visual upgrade, fix, you know, any kind of flawed mechanics, make the UI look good, but for the most part, keep the game the same. For anybody who is like thinking they should do a Final Fantasy VII remake style remake of any other Final Fantasy, I'm going to tell you right here and now, you're going to be extremely disappointed. Whatever game in the Final Fantasy franchise that you like, if you're hoping that Square will do a Final Fantasy VII type remake for that game, you are going to be disappointed. That it will never happen again. They will never make a 3-part, multi-part remake that expands and fills out and fleshes out the story of one of the Final Fantasies so much as remake Rebirth and Part 3 will to OG7. That'll never happen again. Square will never take the time, the energy, the effort to remake any other Final Fantasy game in that same style. Now, will we get Crisis Core level remakes? I think that's more likely. I think a Crisis Core remake of Final Fantasy VI is a fantastic idea. I think a Crisis Core remake style of 8 would be a good one. Probably 4 as well. I think 4 was like one of the most popular 2D of the popular Final Fantasy of the 2D series, besides 6. So I would think 4, 6, and 8 would be really good choices for a good 3D 1-to-1 Crisis Core remake style remake of Final Fantasy games. So that being said, a 9 remake would also not be a bad thing either. But that's not what they're doing, at least not as of yet. Next thing I want to talk about is this here. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 haters are now waiters at its table of success. Even top skeptic Shroud has come around. We remember talking about this asshole, right? This guy that was saying that they need to vote Arc Raiders for Game of the Year over Expedition 33 because Arc Raiders is just such a phenomenal game. A game with much hype as Expedition 33 is bound to attract haters. Unlike most games, however, the beloved French RPG has birthed a social media phenomenon where ardent detractors decry the game only to later go online and admit they were vehemently wrong. On the Expedition 33 subreddit, this genre of post is practically a daily occurrence. Add me to the pile of converted haters. One post from December 19 reads, I get it now, another poster who says they were hating on the game during its TGA sweep wrote last week. It's become such a common occurrence, this genre of post has practically become a meme within the community. People giving Expedition 33 a chance despite their negative first impressions and ending up falling in love with it never gets old, reads one highly voted thread. In it, the most popular comment says that people being skeptical about Expedition 33, only ending up loving it, reads like a copy pasta at this point. You know, this is the kind of thing that I've talked about many times before, that it's okay to dislike something if you experience it first in some way. Maybe watching it can be enough of an experience for you. That's fine. I would never recommend against somebody playing a game that they only have watched. If they watch a game and they don't like what they've seen, I would still suggest to just about anybody, at least try the game once. Play a demo, borrow somebody else's game. You know, if you're watching a friend play it, let them hand you the controller and you play the game for a few minutes. Get a feel for the game yourself before you make a final decision on whether or not a game is good. And that, I can even say, is true for me, because I have never wanted to play Fortnite before I played it. And yes, I played it. The only difference is I still hate it even after playing it. I hated it before I played it. I hate it after I played it. Move comment. Opinions like assholes, everyone has one. Yeah. That's the succinct version of it. It's silly. Dang good chili for today. Nice. Wish I had some chili. I only had chicken this morning. Might have to cook me a pizza or something like midstream, because there's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to go without food for the next 5 or 6 hours. I'm gonna get hungry in about 2 because I had an early breakfast. Shroud has multiple assholes, yes. Yeah. I mean, I don't know hardly anything about him. I've never watched a single stream, and before his comments about X33, I never knew they existed. So I mean, I guarantee you that was part of his plot. That's part of his plan. Whether he actually hated Expedition 33 before he played it or not is only he will know. But I guarantee that he had done that on purpose. He deliberately bashed Expedition 33, knowing its popularity, knowing that it would draw attention to him. People don't realize how often people do that. How often a company or a person or something will go out of their way to hate on something popular, knowing it's going to draw, even if it's negative attention, it's going to draw attention to them. I guarantee you, in an alternate reality, if Shroud had never said anything negative about Expedition 33, I would never known that motherfucker existed. But unfortunately, I now do, because his pseudo public free advertising worked. You'd be amazed at how often people will go out of their way to do something that will draw negative attention to themselves, because all they're looking for is that attention. Some kind of draw, some kind of eyes on you, because there's likely they're banking on, if I get 10 more people to look at my stream or look at my product or whatever, 1 out of those 10 just might purchase it, and then they win. Sure, the other 9 hated it and hated you for whatever you did or said, but out of those 10, 1 of those 10 said, "Okay, let me find out more about you. Let me purchase your product. Let me watch your stream. Let me, whatever." Unfortunately, it works. It's marketing. It's marketing. And because we've had this request, let me go ahead and do this real fast. Welcome to Video Gaming 101. I'm Professor Willie Von Woodcock. Lesson number 3. Fortnite sucks. That's all there is to say. Real fast, he says, "Yeah, I tried." I didn't know he existed either. It's just that the script is transparent. Yeah, that's the thing, is the script is definitely planned. It's definitely his It was his MO. Now, again, is that something that he's ever going to admit to? Of course not. Only he, inside his mind, is ever going to know that that's what he intended to do. Only he'll never admit that he absolutely was bashing on X-33, knowing it would draw negative attention, or attention period, to him. He knows it, but he'll never admit it. And only he knows for sure. The rest of us can only just guess and speculate. But I bet I'm not wrong. Just saying. Hate X-33 and never played a 6.7 this bro. I don't even know what that means. I've heard this thing about 6.7. I don't even know what it means. And I honestly don't care. This may be one of those, this may be probably the first time one of the old man things that I've ever done is the new trend, the new phrase, the new catchphrase or whatever. And I'm just like, I don't get it. I don't care. There's some things that I get a little bit more, like bro, or I mean, granted, bro isn't like a recent thing, but it's not something I really do. I think it's kind of an annoying phrase to say bro or bruh. I make fun of that because I think it's just annoying, but that's just my opinion. I don't damn anybody else for doing it, and I don't damn anybody for using 6.7 or whatever, but I don't know what it is. I know it's related to kids. They find it funny for whatever reason. To me, it's two numbers. I don't care. I don't get it. I do it because I'm a nonconformist. I mean, that's fine. If you have no desire to play it, that's fine too. I would just say don't hate on something that you haven't at least experienced. That's all I'm saying. And if you don't want to experience it, that's completely up to you. And this is not particularly pointed at you, Chris. I mean this to anybody. If you don't like something and you don't want to try it, that's on you. But I always feel like if you really want to truly hate something or truly dislike something, at least try it first. That's it. He's backtracking now because he sees that we've reached a point where doubling down is starting to harm his views. Well, it's not just that. He's backtracking because he actually likes the game. Actually, yeah, it's probably in this one right here because we're talking about Shroud here. It's not, on Twitch, top streamer, yeah, he can't really be that big, right? Went viral after calling the Game Award nominations rigged and urging his fans not let that Expedition game win Game of the Year. A month later, like clockwork, Shroud actually played the game. For hours, his chat was full of disses against the heartfelt fantasy game. Fans truly thought they knew how the FPS expert would feel about X-33 after playing it. The verdict, though, he had a great time. I got no complaints, Shroud said, adding, not one. Now, he didn't say that this game is absolutely, he doesn't love it as much as he did his, obsession with Arc Raiders was. So, maybe he was just saying that, like you said, Darth, to kind of, back his ass up because he realized he was getting fucked. But, but also on the other side of that coin, people who extremely love something, love a game, a movie, a concept, whatever, they almost become personally offended if someone dislikes it. Even me as a fan of Expedition 33, I am kind of curious as to why this person or that person doesn't like the game, whatever it may be. Maybe they just don't like it because it was popular. Maybe they don't like the combat system. They're not good at the parry system or the dodging or whatever. I think the game's too hard, or whatever the reason for disliking it. I would like to know what it is to kind of get their understanding, but I don't look upon them and hate them for it. I don't think that I don't think they're assholes or they're stupid for disliking the game, as long as they at least tried it. That's the only thing I would request is if somebody dislikes the game, at least try it once. If you still don't like it, good, fine. That's okay. We'll just have to disagree. Fine. But there are people, what I don't like is either side of the conversation. It's the extremists. It's the extremist mentality, basically. If you're one side of it where you hate the game, even though you've never played it, you just absolutely hate it because it's so popular. Everybody loves it. Everybody says good things about it. I'm going to hate this game just because it's so popular. Or the other side of the coin, the exact extreme opposite. I love this game so much, and anybody who says bad things about it, they should be thrown in jail. They should be arrested. They should be shot for it. They should have their penis cut off or something stupid. It's just like, you know, it's just the extremist mindset on both sides that I can't stand. So people that go into other stream, like I'm sure he probably had it, that when Shroud started playing X33, he probably had viewers in his chat that were probably bashing him and insulting him for his negative remarks, or probably even before he played the game, but were bashing him for his negative remarks involving X33. Well, I don't approve of those comments. Now, this is not me backing up Shroud, or because I absolutely don't like the guy either, but doing that kind of thing is no better than what he did. By him straight up saying, we need to not let that Expedition 33 game win Game of the Year. Everybody needs to vote Arc Raiders because fuck Expedition 33. That's not any better than anybody damning Shroud for making the comments. Do I think he's still an idiot? Sure. But I'm not going to like attack him with such hateful comments. I just generally think he's an idiot, just on a general level. Now, that said, I also have not watched his stream. I've never experienced him personally. I'm only going on what I've read through news stories. So yes, I am very aware that I'm sort of being a hypocrite here, that I'm disliking somebody without actually experiencing him. I get it. I'm very well aware of what I'm doing. However, I don't care enough to go watch his stream or experience his YouTube content and get a more solidified base. That's why I'm on the same, I say the same thing about if you are a hater of Expedition 33 and you don't want to play it to see if you might actually like it or not, fine, you do you. You do you, bruh. Just to kind of bring this whole conversation in circles. It's literally, I don't know, to piss adults off. Also, it's the Mu Gen versions of 69. $67 means I don't know. I really don't want to be the old man here, but that's fucking stupid. Shroud has almost 11 million followers on Twitch and almost 7 million subscribers on YouTube. Yeah. Well, good for him. Okay. Average viewership is 10K viewers per stream. Okay. Cool. Good for him. His real name is publicly known, pretty much celebrity. Okay. Good for him. Can you see my level of interest is draining quickly? I really don't care. I just decided not like it because so many people said the gameplay style hasn't been done before in RPG, but it definitely has. Yeah, that's inaccurate as well. Now, it is probably more intricate. Expedition 33 is probably more intricate with its in-combat mechanics than most other games that have tried that. There's a lot more depth to it than other games that I've experienced that have active turn-based combat. Like Super Mario RPG, for instance. It has the same mechanics of timed presses on offense and defense to either increase damage delivered or decrease damage taken, just like in Expedition 33. But I feel like Expedition 33 has done a lot more for a lot deeper with the mechanics that they put into it. You have you have the parries, you also have counterattacks if you parry all of the attacks. If you you can dodge attacks. You also have additional jump dodges and counterattacks, and then of course you have gradient defense, gradient parries. So again, Yes, that is done before. Absolutely. It's not groundbreaking on that front. I just think it's probably one of the deepest types, the most depth that that type of combat system has. But yeah, those people who say that it's the first time that's ever happened, yeah. And Super Mario Brothers was the first game that ever did platforming. Okay, yeah. It's a Counter-Strike streamer. No wonder he voted for Arc Raiders. You know what makes that funny to me is that y'all have seen Mikey Highwind. He's known as Papa Highwind in the stream before. He loves Arc Raiders. I spoke to him in his stream about this a few weeks back. Actually, it was before the Game Awards. And I straight up asked him, okay, you've played both games. You've played Expedition 33 and you've played Arc Raiders. I've only played one of them. And I have no desire to play Arc Raiders because multiplayer games like that are of zero interest to me. Do you think Arc Raiders deserves Game of the Year over X33? And Mikey, without hesitation and without even having to think about it, said no, absolutely not. Expedition 33 is a much better game to deserve the Game of the Year award than Arc Raiders does. And this is from somebody who actively was playing the game when I asked him this stuff and thoroughly enjoys the game. Thoroughly enjoys Arc Raiders. So, that speaks a lot to me. That speaks a lot to me. Somebody who loves Arc Raiders that much still says it's not as good as X33. I know you don't care about him, neither do I. I just cited his stats because they explain why the article labeled him a famous streamer or something similar. I mean, anytime a streamer is put in a news story, obviously there's some sort of celebrity or popular. I mean, you're never going to see my name on a news story. You're not. Commander Krim will never appear in a news story, no matter what I said or did or whatever happened, whatever caused me to do something that was newsworthy will never actually happen because I'm not big enough. I will never be big enough to be a part of that kind of thing. So anybody that is a streamer who is named in a story, in a news story, they're obviously a big streamer. So that you didn't have to even explain that to me. Just the fact that he was named was enough to tell me, okay, I don't know who this guy is, but obviously he's important to some fucking body. Okay. Speaking of Expedition 33, I want to go over this as well. Claire Obscure Expedition 33 developer Sandfall Interactive comments on generative AI controversy. Now, this is something that I want to take a look at because I am concerned I'm more worried that this is actually going to piss me off. To bring this into why this gets my attention. We talked about this a little bit earlier this week. Expedition 33 was given the Indie Game of the Year award by the Indie Game Awards, like the independent, not like the Game Awards like Jeff Keighley stuff, but a separate entity does the independent game awards kind of thing. And X33 won the Indie Game of the Year. But they found out that X33 had used generative AI during the development of the game. Even though it was eventually patched out and the final version did not include any generative AI content, they were still stripped of that award. I have multiple ideas on this. I don't know what maybe it'll be here in the story, so I'll look at it then. But I don't know what the content was that was created with AI. I don't know yet. What I'm hoping, or what I'm worried, here's what I'm worried about. I'm worried that whatever this was that triggered the Indie Game Awards to pull the award from them is going to be something completely benign. Like it's going to be a small texture on a wall, maybe 4 pixels by 4 pixels. I'm over exaggerating it, but it's going to be something small, hardly noticeable, that they patched out probably within like the first few months of game development. And while that technically happened during game development, that does not to me count as using AI during development. During the process of development, did they use AI? Yes or no? Well, the answer to that question is yes, they did. Now, you can't sum it up that way. You can't sum it up as yes, no, and that's it. There's got to be qualifications. There's got to be reasons. There's got to be follow-ups to that yes or no. Okay, how much generative AI did you use? Did you use it for half the game? Did you use it for a quarter of the game, even if you still patched it out? How much did you use it for? Like if the point of the Indie Game Awards is 0 AI usage, 0, absolutely 0, 0 tolerance. You couldn't even use a texture, a pixel of texture from AI, then you're out of the Game Awards. Fine. Expedition 33 broke the rules. I get it. But we're bringing up problems and not specifying solutions. Okay, you use AI, but how much is acceptable? Tell me how much I can use AI in my game before it's considered unacceptable. Is it 0 tolerance? Is that, okay, well, you put it during alpha testing or during the early, not even beta stage testing, and you took it out after that, okay, that's still acceptable. You're like, where's the line? Because like you said, I don't know anything about blueprints. If there's AI in it as well, why did they win? If the rule is zero tolerance. And again, you said you had a theory, Darth, that they took the award from X33 because they lied to them about the AI. Now, my concern on that front is, did Sandfall really lie about it? Maybe from their perspective, if they did it during like an early stage part of the game, during game development, and then patched it out and never used it again, in their mind, they're probably like, okay, yeah, we never really used AI. I mean, it's not part of the game, it's not during development, it's long gone, whatever. Maybe they almost forgot that they did it until it got like nitpicked and combed apart from somebody, and they're like, oh, that's right, we did do that. We did that one time, that one wall in that really obscure, haha, pun, part of the game that we hardly ever see. We did put an AI piece there, and we patched out like 3 weeks later. I forgot about that. Why does that constitute still getting your award taken away? So my point being, to kind of like get the ramblings down to something more concise, whatever the AI usage was, if it was so subtle of a usage that it caused them to lose the trophy, lose the award, hold on. I actually kind of lost my train of thought because I have so many thoughts going in my head. My question is, did the Indie Awards actually pull the award from X33, from Sandfall, because they deliberately or accidentally, if they did so deliberately, then they deserve to lose the trophy, because lying on purpose is unacceptable in any medium for any reason, anywhere, ever. Like, there's zero reason to lie about something ever. If they did it on purpose, then yeah, they deserve to lose the trophy. If it was accidentally lied to, they forgot that they did it, have some leeway. But here's what I really think happened. I think the Indie Game Awards is trying to, kind of like Shroud did earlier, is trying to stir up controversy to draw attention to itself. The Indie Game Awards want to say, you know what? We know that Expedition 33 is going to win our trophy, or win our award. Let's go and have them win, and then we'll find out, however they found out, that Sandfall used AI development during some 0.1% part of the game, and then we're going to be like, caught you, no award for you. Because what's that going to do? And it's going to make everybody look at the Indie Game Awards and go, what are you doing? And what is that? That's attention. That's drawing eyes. That's exactly what Shroud did. I'm willing to bet the Indie Game Awards took the award away from X33 to draw attention to it, to put eyes on the Indie Game Awards, to make controversy, to draw attention to it, so people will start finding more information out about the Indie Game Awards. They're deliberately doing something that will cause negativity because it's going to put eyes on the Indie Game Awards. That's my guess. That's my guess. Because if it's true and Blueprints won that trophy in place of X33 and they also used AI, doesn't that kind of speak for itself? One time at summer camp. Wouldn't be surprised it's just kind of human nature to stab each other in the back for our own wants and needs. But see, there's nothing other than trying to draw attention to itself, Chris. There's no need for the Indie Game Awards to do that. There's no benefit to the Indie Game Awards of taking away the Sandfall's award based on the AI, other than just drawing attention to itself. And if that's what they were going to do, if that's what their intention was, then I guess you're right on that point. According to Duck AI Search reply, Blueprints publisher Raw Fury says no AI during development. The question, my curiosity is, how did they find out? Like, did the Indie Game Awards go through some kind of like old logs and journals or something in the game files that called out the fact they used AI? Did they have a conversation with the developers of Sandfall and ask them, did you use AI, yes or no? Did they have to fill out a survey? It's like, how did they discover this information? They admitted an interview. Okay. All right. Again, what's the problem? If they admitted in the interview that they used AI, was it an admission because they felt bad because they were hiding it? Or was it just, like I said, they just forgot because they did it so long ago, and it was probably something small, like I said, like a texture on one wall that was never used again, you know? Call me a defender. Call me sucking Sandfall's dick if you want to. I don't give a fuck. But at a certain point, you know, if you're in the middle of making a game, maybe this is coming from a perspective of me of like, what if I get accused of something? Well, first of all, I'm going to tell you right here and fucking now, in front of everybody, on December 25th, 2025, I am using AI in the development of my video games. Yes, I've used generative AI in the development of some of the stuff in my game because I can't draw for shit. If anybody has a problem with that, go fuck yourself. Don't play my game. And guess what? You can't sue me over it either because I'm not going to be charging money for it. I'm going to be every volume of my game series is going to be free. So you can't come back and sue me that I used your AI developed AI generated images, because guess what? How much did you pay for it? None. That's right. All my games are going to be free. So go join the free fucking game and shut the fuck up. Sorry, I had to get that out. Allegation that Blueprint started circulating after Experience 3 lost the award. Sandfall mentioned interview. It was admission on unrelated interview to unrelated people. Well, I mean, again, it's like, was it intentional? Did they deliberately hide that information? Was it obscured? That was at that time I wasn't trying to make a pun. I just said the word out of habit. Did they deliberately try to hide the information? Did they hide the fact that they used AI during development to the Indie Game Awards? If they deliberately try to hide it and then they got busted for it later, then yeah, they should get the finger of shame on that. If they just forgot, who fucking cares? Later interviewed someone completely unrelated says a placeholder we use AI then we replaced. I mean, I understand the rule. If the rule is 0 AI and they put their award up there and it found out later that they did use AI after all, yes, they deserve it. They deserve it. They deserve it to be taken away. I get it. Fine. But fucking hell, if they just forgot, who fucking cares? But here's the reason I'm worried about this story is if they explain what the AI was, if they use whatever it was, if it's going to be something super minor and hardly noticeable, like some one small texture somewhere on a wall, that's absolutely going to piss me off because that's absurd to blow this whole situation up over a small texture that got patched out very quickly. In the future, everything in the studio will be made by humans, not AI. To say the use of generative AI in video game development is currently a contentious topic. The understatement since the advent of the mainstream a few years ago. Yeah, we get it. Though the amount of AI present in the release build of the widely acclaimed RPG was apparently small, it still generated backlash among many gamers. The art was intended to be a placeholder only and was quickly patched out, but its very use resulted in it, Claire Obscure being disqualified from the Indie Game Awards and its best debut and Game of the Year wins being retracted. It seems, though, that the developer has heard the response loud and clear. I'm seeing nothing here that's going to talk about what part of the game that it was. Now we're getting off on talking about Hideo Kojima. Nothing to do with anything. Okay, so with upcoming distance in the game, Valerian is going to yeah. So the story told me nothing. It's just the story did nothing. Yeah, I mean, there's and personally, I think there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. If you're using AI, if you have a big enough group of people working on a project, even a small group like Sandfall, which they were a small group. Sandfall themselves were a very small group. Yes, there were lots of people involved. That's why the credits are so long, but that's because they had publishing companies. They had other people that get involved. When other companies get involved in your game, you have to put those people that work for that company in your credits. So the people that work at Kepler Interactive, all their credits have to go into the game. So while there's a huge number of people that, or a small, rather, I said the wrong one. If there's a small number of people working for the development, you'd think the credits are short, but they're not. Well, they're not because they have to credit everybody who was involved in the overall development and release of the game, not just the creation of it. So, getting back to what I'm talking about, you had a small but big enough group of people that you could have art designers create the art for the game. But if you're building a set piece for something and you need a particular texture on a wall to look a specific way so they can plan out the rest of the development process of that set piece, fine, do it, and then hire an artist to replace that AI with something that was handmade that would probably look better and put it in its place. I see zero wrong with it. I see zero issue with that. So much so that I see no problem with them keeping their award because yes, they used AI as a placeholder, but then they replaced it later with human used art. What's the issue? What's the problem? I personally am starting to get really irritated with how people are just absolutely losing their shit over games that are using AI in some way. If they're creating an entire game using AI, whether it's generative AI for texture, for visual development, or even using AI for creating the story, then yeah, there's something seriously wrong there. But, goddamn, just back off the AI, get your boners off the AI. This is really starting to annoy me, how many people are just absolutely losing their shit over AI usage. I get it. AI could potentially take the place of human work. People get paid their livelihoods for doing things like creating art and whatnot. I understand that. I get it. But if it's only used temporarily, you're still eventually going to hire people. They didn't lose their jobs. They didn't lose an opportunity to do anything. They still got their fucking money. God damn. This AI shit is really pissing me off, and not in the way that most people think it would. Okay, well, enough of that bullshit. I think I've ranted enough about that. Let's talk about something a little bit better. Speaking of Game Awards, let me talk about the best Game Awards ever. Mine, because I'm just that narcissistic. That's right, the Krim Awards of 2025. You're goddamn right. We're going to talk about the games that I played this year all the way back to the last week of 2024, because that's usually how this works. And every game that I played, I'm going to give whether or not I put it up here in these categories. I also need to have the worst versions of these categories as well. It's becoming flashing red. Am I that scary when I get pissy? Sorry. If only people were actually that afraid of me. Maybe I would get more respect in real life. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at my my live stream archive, and we're going to take a look at all of the games that I played since the last week of 2024, and I'm going to put them in specific categories of here if I believe they're deserving of it, including the worst categories. The effect of show triggered. Yeah, I got it. I get it. Damn, I yelled too hard. I yelled too much. My throat hurts now. So yeah, my personal picks for the games that I played this year for best and worst. So we're starting with December 2024, the last week of December 2024 specifically, which only has Warcraft 3 Reforged. I never really finished Warcraft 3. I did the main story, did the vanilla campaign, and did a little bit of the Frozen Throne expansion. I will eventually go back and finish that. I think it was okay. I don't think it was anything phenomenal, so I'm not even going to put it under the best or worst in any category. We're just going to move on because I just think it was just okay. It was just kind of there. So moving on to January 25. Rage. Rage was an okay shooter. It was like, Rage was like Borderlands without the multiplayer and without the looter part of the looter shooter. It was very much like, I mean, it was id. It was an id game. It was Quake before they finally decided, let's try to make something good. It was like, well, more closer to, I guess, Doom than Quake. But Rage came out at a time when id was kind of around, but not fully there. It was before 2016, obviously. So, before Doom 2016, and id finally got back to where they belonged as being, the godlike FPS creator that they are. They had things like Doom 3, Doom 64, and Rage kind of all in that kind of time frame where it was just like, they're okay, but they're just not good. Did you ever have a bunch of games last night? I guess not. Rage 1 was good, Rage 2 was meh. I haven't played Rage 2 yet. I have it. I do want to play it eventually just so I can, see. I think Rage 1 was okay. I think Rage 1 was just kind of okay. I did like some of the mechanics of the fact that you had like an RC car that you could use as a weapon. You like put the RC car down and drive into a group of enemies and blow it up. That was kind of cool. The self-revive mechanic was kind of interesting. So it wasn't just instant game over if you got killed. But I think it was just okay. Our next game was Grandia. I can't believe I played Grandia way back in January. I thought I played it a lot longer ago than that. But Grandia is going to go under the best RPG, nominated for best RPG category because Grandia was fantastic. I loved Grandia in so many ways. I couldn't. Here's what makes a game a good game to me is when I stop playing it for the evening, whether it's end of the stream or I run out of time because it's bedtime or whatnot, and I can't wait to play more of it. I want to experience more of the story. I want to experience more of the characters, more of the world, whatever game I'm playing. Not specifically RPGs, but any game. Grandia definitely did that. There was so many times I was like, I can't wait to play Grandia next. And that was a fantastic feeling, and Grandia definitely deserved it. It's a great, great game. Doom 64 was unplayable. I had more fun with Doom on GPA. I don't agree that it was unplayable. I think Doom 64 was just kind of, it felt like it felt almost like it was a fan game Doom. It felt like even though it was officially made by id, Doom 64 to me felt like it was like a fan recreation of the game. So it was like, felt kind of like a Doom, but wasn't quite like a Doom, That's what Doom 64 felt like to me. Damn, I did Grandia for pretty much all of January. Fuck. Damn. All right. February. AWS and everything that basically runs under Epic Games, including DVD and Outlast Trials and Arc Raiders, etc. Servers went down for good 4 hours. That we back up, crashed again 30 minutes. Most likely got DDoSed. Well, I played none of those games and I don't care. I don't care about Dead by Daylight. I definitely don't care about Arc Raiders. So, nope, didn't hear about it. Don't care. Well, if it happened last night, I was asleep. And I was playing on the PlayStation this morning. I was playing Serious Sam with BMO. So, obviously, PlayStation works now. Grandia franchise, like the Final Fantasy franchise, games are unrelated, but the mechanics keep coming back. Yeah, I know. So I eventually will find a way to get a hold of Grandia 2 and play it because I'd like to see where it goes because I really enjoyed Grandia 1. Mortal Kombat 1 Chaos Reigns. I think Chaos Reigns was okay. I think my expectations were set high for Chaos Reigns because of Aftermath. MK11's expansion story, Aftermath. MK11's Aftermath was fantastic. It was incredibly good. Aftermath was the first expansion DLC that Mortal Kombat ever had, as far as like with a story mode and everything. And then they did the same thing with Chaos Reigns, and it didn't seem as good. It was kind of like the whole package of Mortal Kombat 1, honestly. I feel like MK1 was like a step down from MK11. Like every game since MK9 was a step up. 10 was better than 9, 11 was better than 10. But then MK1 came along and you were on the other side of that proverbial pyramid. It was a step down. The story overall of 1 was just kind of like, I thought the references to the PS2 era of Mortal Kombat was nice because that was pretty much all that MK1 was a retelling of Deadly Alliance, Deception, and Armageddon, all the way up to including the Armageddon Tower, the Armageddon Pyramid. So, I thought it was just okay. And the same was kind of true with Chaos Reigns. I feel like Chaos Reigns was just kind of an okay version. Pretty much all that was with the story mode was, here's a bunch of Mortal Kombat characters that you already know, dressed in a punk look. To NetherRealm Studios, that was the punk look was Chaos Realm-ish. That's really all it was. I mean, what they should have done for the characters that you fought in Chaos Reigns is it should have been some of the characters that you encountered going up the pyramid at the end of MK1. You had like Stung Lao, which was like half scorpion, half Kung Lao. You had Warlord, which was like half Reiko and half, I think maybe half Raiden or something like that. It was like a really, really cool like conglomeration of like, they were basically like creative characters more or less, but they were really good ones. Those should have been the characters that you fought throughout Chaos Reigns, at least during like the more unimportant random fights, maybe not the important battles against like, you know, Havoc and whatnot, but some of the more random fights should have included those characters instead of just Kenshi and Kitana and Melina and all the other characters that were just dressed up in a very punk look. I don't think Chaos Reigns is a very good story, much less overall as far as a good expansion at all. Kamidogu, that's what I'm saying. The Kamidogu, all the references to the PS2 Mortal Kombats were kind of cool. Outside of that, nah. Some people were like, what if they shut everything down to force us to hang out with family for Christmas? Thank God that's not true. Well, that wouldn't do anything. Oh no, we can't play our video games online. I guess we'll have to just play our offline video games. I still don't have to deal with family. You know, that's whoever thought that's what they were thinking are practically idiots, Jose. Also, hi Jose, welcome in. Merry Christmas to you again. That type of thinking is just moronic. No developer who runs an online service would terminate their service or shut down their service to make their players go do something else, because that's money they lose. That's money they lose. Especially not on Christmas, because imagine that how many people are getting most likely kids, are getting a online account to use as a Christmas gift. I bought little Timmy a PlayStation Plus subscription so he can play with his friends online and play all the online games and stuff. Isn't that awesome? Oh, wait, they shut their service down so they have to spend time with us? Well, they just lost out on they just lost a customer because I can't buy their package. You know, it's just dumb. Jackbox TV Best Multiplayer of the Year. Well, games that I have visited before on multiple occasions, like Destiny, is not going to be put on the list at all. However, what will be put on the list is RE4 Remake. I will 100% say RE4 Remake goes under the Best Shooter. It's a nomination for Best Shooter because RE4 Remake was fantastic. I had high hopes going into RE4 Remake because I was severely let down by OG RE4. Never finished it, never will, cannot understand for the life of me how people say that RE4 is the best game in the Resident Evil series. I fucking hated it. I fucking hated the mechanics, the fact that Leon becomes a perfect turret when you have to shoot. You have to stand in one spot. You can only just rotate. You can't do any side-to-side avoiding. You go aim, you gotta look at the target, and if the enemy's trying to attack you, you have to put your gun away, turn around, and then run. You can't like walk backwards, you can't sidestep. None of that shit happens in OG4 and just pisses me right the fuck off. So I had high hopes of RE4 Remake. I'm glad I was able to finish it and experience the RE4 story because it was fantastic, and I'm glad I was able to see that story because now I can continue on with the RE franchise and be able to continue the story and see like if there was any references in 5 or 6 to 4 at all in any way. At least I'll be able to recognize those references. The RE games before OG RE4 were like that too. Yes, but the problem was it wasn't from a third-person perspective. The fact that it was third-person over the shoulder made that game, in my mind, perform very differently. That, and besides, I haven't played OG RE2 and 3, which, with that said, I do have OG RE2 and 3 on the PlayStation catalog, the Classics catalog. I do have them installed. I do want to play them because I would like to experience the original versions of those games, specifically RE3. specifically RE3, because I have heard that RE3 is vastly different between the OG and remake. And I don't mean just for the fact that remake looks different and it's a different type of game. That's not what I'm talking about. But like, there's levels that are missing, there's areas that are missing, there's story that's missing in remake. And the characters overall in OG are vastly different from what I've heard from RE4, RE3 remake. And so I want to experience the original version of RE3 so I can see just how different it is from the original. Now, again, I'm already aware that it's the tank version of the game, so I'm already aware that's different. But like other stuff that was taken out or missing from remake, that's what I want to experience. Yeah, they cut a lot of remake. Yeah, that's what I've heard. And that Jill's character is also extremely different between the two games as well. I would like to experience that myself. Jackbox, we already know how that's a thing. Monster Hunter Wilds. Okay. For me, Monster Hunter Wilds is both the best of the Monster Hunter games that I've played, which is just Wilds, Rise, and World, but also kind of just like overall just kind of a meh game. I like Wilds the most because I feel that I am contributing to the fight every time I'm playing that game. In World and Rise, whenever I was teamed up with other people, and with BMO, whomever, and fighting monsters, I felt like I was just kind of there. Like, oh, okay, here I am, I'm shooting my bow, I'm doing damage, or I'm using my bow gun. Okay, I'm doing a little bit of damage. There's my 1 damage that I'm doing. Wow, I'm really helping. At that point, I was just kind of, I was in the game participating with friends. I wasn't really playing the game. I wasn't doing enough to help the team out. Enough in my own opinion. That my teammates would probably say otherwise, and that's up to them to say. But I felt like I was just kind of there. I was just a body existing in the world of Monster Hunter World and Rise. In Wilds, I felt like I could actually contribute damage and was helping the team by damaging the monster. Primarily because of the satisfaction that I got from the wound system. For those of you unaware of what that is, in Wilds, when you damage the monsters enough, you create wounds on them. And these are like weak spots that you can use to attack specifically, exploit it for an extra bonus damage, and you get a really awesome animation usually that comes from that extra damage, and a very satisfying reward, and sometimes even parts broken off of from triggering those wounds. That was very satisfying and very fun to me in Wilds. That made me feel like I was actually contributing in the battles, not just kind of there doing my thing. Just kind of there being a thing, I guess should be a more accurate phrase. What I've seen from Emo, the latest boss, is starting to feel more like World. That's another thing that I think I kind of enjoy about Wilds over World and Rise, is the difficulty level seems better in Wilds. And for me, that's a good thing because I enjoyed that more. Because the game is easier, I was able to enjoy it more. But fans of Monster Hunter find Wilds too easy, and I get that. It's a perspective that I can understand, because if I am enjoying the game because I think it's easier, that means people who are hardcore fans of it will find it too easy because they're good at it, because they play the harder games and they're good at the harder games. So playing this game that's easier is too easy. So I understand. I get it. But again, like you said, Darth, the newest enemies that have come out, like Omega and Gag on My Balls or whatever it's called, is a much more challenging monsters, and that's fine. I see nothing wrong with that. You know, if you're able to create monsters that make it more of a challenge, I still will be willing to give it a try. I may not be able to contribute as much to those fights as I would the previous ones because they were easier, but I still feel like because of the wound system, that really, really feels satisfying to me and makes me feel like I am effectively contributing to the battle. So even if I'm not actually doing much, I feel like I am, and that's what is enjoyable to me. The elder fire dragon that oozes petroleum. Yeah, I think that's that's the Gogamazios or the Gogo Manuts or whatever it's called. I think that's the elder dragon that they're talking about. That I'm talking about. So shorthand, Wilds is not getting put on the list for anything. Sorry, Monster Hunter Wilds did not reach a potential for me to make any kind of special award for it. I enjoy it. I like getting some of the loot off of it and putting the armor and weapons and stuff together, but outside of that, I don't care. It's a fun game for friends, and that's it for me. Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. I'll put it on the best shooter, nominated for best shooter, but I've got to say I didn't enjoy Space Marine 2 as much as I did the first one. And I can't really, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it or it was a bad game or anything like that, but I feel like it just wasn't as good as the first one. It just didn't, like I said before about Grandia, if a game makes me anticipate wanting to come back to it, I finish the game or stop a stream or whatever, and I can't wait to play more, that makes me want to put it on the list for good games. Space Marine 2 never did that. I mean, it was like, okay, I'm having fun with this, but I didn't like yearn or like anticipate or look forward to the next time I played it. It was more like I'm just going through the motions. You should go into best action. Yeah, it's not all shoot. That's true. That's true. Best action. That's a better category. Hi, Bear. We'll call you Bear instead because I'm lazy. Don't want to use 2 syllables. Gears Judgment. I'm not going to bother putting this on the list either way because I've already played Judgment before, so there's nothing new there. The same is true for Gears of War 1. I've played it before. Usually when I put games on this list, it's games that I have not played before or games that I don't remember much about, like on a replay. Like it's something I played before, but I just don't remember much of the story or something. That I'll put on this list. Judgment and Gears 1, I've played them both many times before, so I'm not going to put them on the list because it kind of is unfair to the rest of them. I only played Dark Crusade for a little while. I'll go back to it again now that I have the remastered version, the definitive version, and I want to go back and play both Soulstorm and Dark Crusade of Dawn of War. Silent Death and Destiny 2, so that's it for February. Let's check out March. Need to finish Space Marine 2. RE4 should also be the best action, it's not one or the other. Actually, what I probably should do, I was going to say best horror, but while RE4 is in the horror environment of Resident Evil, it doesn't really come off as scary in my opinion. So yeah, I think action would be a better category than horror. All right, Final Fantasy 16. It doesn't go under the worst. It absolutely doesn't. But I can't put, you know what? No, I can do it. Yeah, I can. I think it's fair because there are some great things about 16. If I can spell it. The things about 16 that I enjoy were specifically the combat, the icons, the icon battles. The icon battles are what put it in the category for me. The battles against Phoenix, against Titan, against Odin. There was like one that I super enjoyed. Bahamut was a good one. Like all of the icon fights were absolute. Garuda is probably my favorite. When spoilers, when what was the hot chick's name? Bartandless. What the hell was the hot chick's name? Benedicta. Damn, that was a fine ass she had. When Benedicta became Garuda, that was probably the best fight in my opinion. That was the most fun fight in that whole game. That is enough for putting this under the best RPG category. The downside of it though is, like you said there, Jose, the fucking side quests. Oh my god damn. It wasn't like the side quests, it wasn't like there was too many side quests. That was not the problem. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth had a lot of side quests as well, but they were all very rewarding. They all felt good to do. They all had great rewards. They all really developed the world. And my problem with 16 in that regard is the fact that the side quests just, there are many times the side quests, the briefings that told you the information about what you're supposed to be doing for the side quest just went on and on and on and on. They just wouldn't stop talking. The person talking to Clive about what they wanted you to do for the side quest, he would talk, then Clive would talk, then he would talk, then Clive would talk, and then Clive would ask a question, and then the guy would have an answer, and they would just keep talking. Like, motherfuckers, shut up so I can go do this boring piece of shit. You know, here, and then, of course, the quality, here's what I knew when I was worried. The very first side quest I did was when I knew I was going to have a problem with the side quests of 16. The very first one that I did. You were at the home base place right after Sid takes you there in the very beginning of the game. And the first guy you talk to, he says he needs some wood from some people that are nearby. You turn around and you walk literally like 100 feet over to somebody and you get wood that the special kind of wood that he has. You turn around and you walk 100 feet back and deliver it to the person. There's no change of scenery. There's no loading screen. There's no passage of time. You literally, between the contact, the person you need to get the information or the item from, and the contact again is 100 feet. That's the distance. That's all you did for the first quest. That's when I knew, oh shit, these side quests are going to suck balls, and I'll be damned if they didn't. Oh my God. Ever played Witcher 3? No, I haven't played Witcher 3. If the side quests in that one are as boring as Final Fantasy 16, we're going to have problems. We're going to have problems. Oh boy. If not for the amazing combat in the icon fights, I probably would have despised 16 and not put it on this list. Even the DLCs of 16 were fantastic. I loved the battles. I love the combat after you get Leviathan's icon. Oh my God, the game became so much fun. The Leviathan skills that you use, the water attack skills, they were so fucking fun. Are the side quests of Witcher 3 that bad? Or is your story first run? I mean, I could do that, but I feel like with the games like Final Fantasy, like 16 and like 7 Rebirth, some of the side quests really, especially Rebirth, the side quests really help promote the world. A lot of world development, a lot of world building, side character development. Yeah, we all hate Kyrie in Rebirth, but at least you hate her because she actually has character. It may be a negative character that we all are irritated by, but she has character. That makes her a good character, even if she's an annoying character. Kyrie is what Yuffie was in OG7. But nonetheless, her characters, the characters and the story and all that stuff were very, very good in Rebirth. 16's, there is no world building at all in 16 about talking to a dude, walking 100 feet over here to get planks of wood, and walking back to the dude. There is zero world development there about that. Nothing there at all. Absolutely nothing. I have no problem doing side quests, even if there's a lot of side quests, if they are good. 16 side quests were not good. They were not good. The side quests in Witcher 3 is okay to good. The briefings are long. Again, I know I bitched about the briefings being long, but the briefings were also pointless. There was no development there. It was benign, annoying, asinine conversations. If the conversations leading up to the side quests are intriguing, are compelling, that's worth doing them. That's worth experiencing them as well as doing the side quests. 16's dialogue for a lot of the side quests were not compelling. They were annoying and boring as fuck. Smash Bros. You know, I enjoyed playing Smash Bros, doing the story mode kind of thing. That was kind of fun. It really was. Well, what was essentially the story mode? But the fact that I got to the end of the first part, I guess, and then there was more to it, just made me go, I don't want to do more. That's why I haven't gone back to it. That's why I haven't gone back to it. I don't think I'm going to put it in a category because, for one, there really isn't a true story mode to Smash Bros. Like I was hoping there would be. You just have this giant map where you do, or either you're fighting somebody or you're doing like a sort of a challenge kind of thing where you had to like fight the Rathalos, which I thought was pretty cool. You had to fight the Rathalos, you know? I guess though, yeah, okay. I guess I can put it and give it a best fighting category. Because I did actually enjoy some of the aspects to my playthrough of Smash, but it wasn't what I'd hoped it would be. It really wasn't what I'd hoped it would be. Gears of War 2, I have played Gears 2 before, so we're gonna skip that one. That takes us into April 2025. Sonic Adventure. I don't like it. I get it that it's a product of its time. It was in the 3D transition era of games, a transition that PlayStation did 1,000 times better, and not PlayStation, Nintendo did 1,000 times better than Sega did. Ooh. Boy, Sonic Adventure was rough. Was so rough. You know what? I'm going to put Power Stone in Best Fighting Game. I actually am. I don't think Power Stone was too bad. Power Stone was kind of interesting. It came out, Power Stone was interesting to me because it wasn't like your classic side view 1v1 fighting game. It was an arena fighter, like a sort of like Smash Bros before Smash Bros, without the like hecticness, the craziness that is Smash. You had a limited arena where you had 4 people fighting each other. Most of the time it was 1v1 in those arenas because you were playing the story mode or the whatever was like equivalent of story mode. And there were some frustrating mechanics at times. There was some enemies there were some opponents that I just could not beat easily, and that was kind of frustrating. But like the overall concept of Power Stone, I actually kind of like. I really do. I really do. Sonic Adventure is bad, but doesn't deserve to be in a worse category. Other Sonic games in the era were far worse. Well, guess what, Darth? I haven't played those. And this is my list. So, yeah. Worst game of this year for sure. Sonic Adventure 2, I never actually went back to finish Sonic Adventure 2. There's like I did the good side, I guess. I did Sonic Story. I didn't do Shadow side of the story. I liked Sonic Adventure 2 more than I did Adventure 1. I felt like they had learned some things in the mechanics from Adventure 1 into 2. They did better with some of the mechanics, but I still think it's just like meh at best. But not enough for me to put it under the best, into any kind of best category. I think Sonic Adventure 2 was better than 1, but not enough to give it a good category of its own. Bandicoot is my still best platformer. Ugh. Crash Bandicoot and I did not work well together. I did it way back. Shit, this was probably like 10 years ago. Let's see, it was probably in 2017, 2018. I played Crash 1, and we did not get along. We did not get along. What kind of fighting games are Soul Calibur and Tekken then if they aren't arena fighters? Just curious. To me, Soul Calibur and Tekken fall under a different type of. It's more of a different type of 1v1. It's like when I think of a side view fighting game, Mortal Kombat, Tekken falls in those categories. Soul Calibur falls in those categories. Where I was thinking about Arena Fighter in the story of in the way of Power Stone is you have a lot more freedom of movement in Power Stone. It's more, it is a fighting game, but it's more like you're running around and doing other things other than trying to fight. There's like mechanics, there's no mechanics in Power Stone like there are in traditional fighting games, like combos in the same manner. All the smaller mechanics, things like OTGs and wake ups and EX moves and those kind of things that are in like Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, and those kind of things. Power Stone didn't really have those. You were running around in an arena in a 3D space, punching your enemy, sometimes picking up a power up that allows you to, shoot an enemy with a rocket launcher or with a gun or something. You pick up a Power Stone, which gives you a one-time use powerful skill that does a lot of damage to your opponent. It's a different type of fighting game on a general level than what I call side view fighting games, which Soul Calibur and Tekken, as your examples, would fall under the side view. Yes, technically they're in an arena because you do kind of move around in a 3D space, kind of like the PS2 Mortal Kombat did, Deception Armageddon, and Deadly Alliance. You move around in a 3D space, but you're still sort of like facing each other in a 1v1 fight. In Power Stone, there's a lot more free movement. It's a very different type of fighting game, in my opinion. It's not the same type of fighting game. Best platform of all time is Super Mario Brothers 3. Platformers are not really my thing, so I can't even really say what I enjoy most. I really can't, because I just don't like them. I'm so bad at them. That's why I don't really have a favorite fighting game. I guess if I had to pick one, probably MK3 maybe, because it was. I'm going to say it was one I was probably best at, but even that's like, that's your best? And I'm like, yeah, sorry, that's all I got. Goes to Doom Eternal. I wouldn't even call that best. No, I wouldn't even, giving Eternal best anything. Fuck no. Mary Bang killed Benedicta, Lara Croft, Tifa. Well, that's too obvious. Obviously, Mary, Tifa, Bang, Benedicta, kill Lara Croft. I would definitely take Benedicta over Lara Croft. Absolutely. Lara Croft is fine, but Benedicta has short hair, and I don't know what it is about the short bobbed hair look that gets me. Oof. Damn. Now, I would hope that I would get Benedicta before what the hell was his name? What was Titan's human name? Whatever his name was. I hope that I would get a piece of Benedicta before the Titan guy did, because, as huge as he is, his dick probably spread her out bad. Like, bad. I would be able to shove a big rig through her vagina as much as she got spread out from that guy, without a doubt. Yeah, Hugo, thank you. Gears Tactics. I actually kind of enjoyed Gears Tactics. I think it was actually a pretty good strategy game. So we're going to put Gears Tactics under the nomination for Best Strategy. I think Gears Tactics was pretty good. I enjoyed it more than I expected. I mean, I was expecting it to be pretty good, but it was very much like XCOM, but with the Gears skin. I liked that. I thought it was pretty good. The story was pretty decent too. King also had fun. Well, you see, here's the thing. I actually don't we saw the cutscenes where King Barbados, what was his name? Barbados, was having bedtime with Benedicta. I honestly don't think that was Benedicta. I really, really don't. I think that the entire time we saw Benedicta with the king was actually Ultima in disguise. I mean, yeah, we see that later. That's what was the case. We saw we saw Ultima there talking to talking to the king later. But I think the other scenes as well, where we see the king sleeping with Benedicta, I truly think that was Ultima. I don't think she was ever actually banging both of them. I really don't. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Nope. Worst Souls-like. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Story was fine. Hated the mechanics. Merry Christmas to you as well, Mikey. The 12-hour shift night tomorrow. Damn, man. Well, hope you have a Merry Christmas anyway. She was a chief of intel, yes, but I still feel like I truly think that the Benedicta that we see working for him, like the professional part of him, the professional part of Benedicta was actually her. But I think during the bed scenes, I think that was Ultima posing as her. I think. There was just this feeling that I had. I don't feel like Benedicta was sleeping with both Hugo and the king. I just don't think so. I don't know why I think that. I have no proof on this theory, but I just think that. Yeah, I think Gears Tactics falls into. I think I enjoyed Gears Tactics, so I'm going to nominate it for Best Strategy. Okay, yeah, I'm caught up. Jedi Survivor, yeah, Jedi Survivor. The story of Jedi Survivor was fine. It was fine. I enjoyed the fact that we see Darth Vader again, and we actually fight Vader as the bug-eyed girl. I don't remember her name. Sora. I don't remember what her name was, but her. We fight her, which we fight him as her, which fighting Darth Vader is absolutely awesome, incredible. But the mechanics, yes, Sarah, thank you. Yeah, she has like her eyes like are just really like wide, like stuck out of her head. Like, the mechanics of Survivor irritated the hell out of me. I talked about this during my review of the game. If you give the character tools to use, you give the player tools for your character to use, and then you deliberately make the enemies immune to those mechanics, that completely defeats the points of those mechanics. When you have enemies that can shine red and become immune to being parried or blocked or whatever, and you have to dodge, you're forcing the player to not have freedom. You're forcing the player to do only one thing. And that's compounded by the fact that a lot of the enemies' red moves, especially some of the enemies that I struggled with, their red moves, so to speak, are the exact same moves that they use normally. So it's like sometimes enemies going to hit you with a right-hand swing, but sometimes that same right-hand swing is going to have a red glow to it and you have to run away from it. It's just, that's annoying. That's bad. If you're going to have mechanics that you're supposed to react to, like you see a tell of him leaning back to take a swing and you got to be prepared for that move, okay, cool, let's be prepared for that move. But don't make the swing happen and then, oh, red glow, well, I'll just got to step out of the way. You know, that's stupid. You give the player multiple mechanics and multiple ways to either protect themselves or counter the enemy's attacks, and then you take all that away by saying you have to dodge. Completely pointless. Absolutely aggravating. Hated Survivor. Survivor was a bad mechanically a bad game. Universe at War Earth Assault was actually pretty good. I'm gonna put that under best strategy. I did like that. At least until we got to the, what were the green guys called? The Masari? The Novus and the Hierarch factions were really fun. The Novus played a lot like most other strategy games. You built a base, you built factories, your factories built units, and you went and destroyed the enemy base and did the things that you needed to do. That was really cool. The Hierarchy had like buildings that sort of like moved around, right? You had the big walkers that could actually build the units for you, as well as be able to walk across the field and do damage to the enemies. So that was really cool. And then you go around to the Masari campaign, and it just becomes a global conquest game where you're not really doing a campaign mission or campaign missions. You're doing just like, here's a location, go conquer it. Okay, conquer that one. Well, now you gotta go conquer this one. Now go over there and conquer that one. No, that didn't work for me. If you're gonna give me a story mode, a campaign, give me a campaign. Give me a story to follow, give me missions to do, not just, here's the world, go conquer it. That did nothing for me. Jedi Survivor is the Souls-like, it's just tough. Disagree. I disagree with you there, Bear, because Jedi Survivor has Souls mechanics. There are limited heals. You restore those heals at a save point, a rest point, just like you do in like Elden Ring or Dark Souls. The enemies usually have tells with their attacks that you have to acknowledge and react properly, just like a Souls game. Now, is it as hard as a Souls game? No, it really isn't. Probably even on hard difficulties, it probably isn't anywhere near a Souls-like difficulty. But the mechanics overall of Jedi Survivor and by proxy Fallen Order are definitely Souls-like. Absolutely. Like if you die, you lose your what is it? You just lose your experience. In most Souls games, they just appear like a pickup that you can go and just walk over, pick up the item, and you get all of your experience back. In Jedi Survivor and Fallen Order, you have to go attack the enemy that killed you to get your experience back. And also, you don't gain experience from killing enemies. You kill the enemies and you gain like experience put into a bank that you have to spend that experience on in order to level up, which is again a Souls-like. I guess I could also put it under action game. It's also going to be under worst action game because no. Tekken. Tekken. I will be revisiting Tekken at some point in the future because I want to play through all of the Tekkens. I know I talked about this before. I want to play through all the Tekkens and do all of the characters and see their unique endings. I know I talked about this before because I mentioned that I wanted to do the fighting games that only had story modes to them, like the NetherRealm Studio style cinematic story modes. And I still want to do those. But I also know there is a lot of lore potential in the character endings of a lot of fighting games. I just have to find a workaround for being able to play these games that I am ass at. So I need to find a way to, I guess I have to use cheat codes to allow me to deliver more damage to the enemy. I don't want to do something like stupid easy, like make myself invincible or one-shot the enemy, but I would like to be able to just balance it in my favor since I can't learn a fighting game. I just can't do it. I've tried. I've tried learning combos, I've tried learning mechanics, I've watched people, I've tried to imitate and mimic what they do, and I just cannot do it. So the only other option is to use some kind of cheat where I have at least some kind of advantage that works in my favor, and then I can go back and play Tekken again and see all the endings. So that's what I want to do in the future. But Legaia 2 Dual Saga, definitely under the best RPG category. Absolutely. Legaia 2 was great. I remember I did play it a long time ago, long time ago. A lot of the story I didn't recall. A vast majority of it I didn't recall. I remember the characters. I remember the main character. I remember Maya. I remember the your like teacher guy. I remember the half-naked pirate girl. I remember all that from my first playthrough, but pretty much everything else was a complete loss to me. I didn't remember the main bad guy. I didn't remember his motivations. So that was all like completely new to me. But I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty damn good RPG. And it makes me want to play the first game because obviously it's called Legaia 2, which means there's probably a Legaia 1. I think that's called Legend of Legaia. Of course, you remember the pirate girl. I mean, I am a guy. I like tits. Okay, next is May 25. Favorite game of the year is probably Tactics. Good choice. Okay. Obviously, I need to say nothing about this. Obviously. X33, without a doubt, obviously. Doom 3. No. Doom 3 did nothing for me. Doom 3 is it's id's attempt to make a horror game out of the Doom franchise. And on that note, Doom is a good game. Doom is a good horror game. I will admit that. The environments, the way the enemies look, the way the enemies approach you. Doom 3 is a good horror game. I will admit that. Not a great horror game, it's a good horror game. But it's not a good Doom game. It is not a good Doom game. Doom is, here's a bunch of weapons, here's a bunch of ammo, here's a giant room, here's a bunch of enemies, go have fun. That's what Doom is. That's what Doom 2016 is. That's what some parts of Doom Eternal is. And with the exception of adding melee, that's what Doom Dark Ages is. Here's a big room, here's a bunch of enemies, go kill them. And that's Doom, and that's great. Doom 3 was none of that. Doom 3 was narrow hallways, enemies always attacked you like one or two at a time, usually from like, surprising you and stuff. Again, a very well done horror game. If you saw Doom 3 and you played Doom 3 and didn't know it was actually called Doom, or maybe you played Doom 3 and never had seen or played the other Dooms before it, you probably would think Doom 3 is a fantastic horror game. But it's not a good Doom game. It isn't. It's not the worst game I played this year, so I'm not going to put it into that category, but it's certainly not good enough to be put in any other category for me either. We're going to skip out on putting Eternal Sonata on any part of this list because I haven't finished it yet. We are going to somehow get my hands on a PlayStation 3 that allows me to capture the video from said PlayStation 3, which I'm not sure how to do that yet, and we are going to get a copy of Eternal Sonata, and we're going to play Eternal Sonata on the PS3. Now, one could say, you already got it for the Xbox 360. Why not play the Xbox 360 version? Well, the PS3 version of Eternal Sonata has a lot more to it. Why? I don't know. But Eternal Sonata on PS3 has more characters, has extra skills and abilities, and I think there's like extra dungeons and stuff. There is more to Eternal Sonata on the PS3 version, and so that's why I want to play that one for stream. So we're going to just kind of pretend this doesn't exist. Xenosaga Episode 1. I'm going to shock probably some people. I'm going to put Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3 in the worst RPG category. Well, I'm definitely not going to be doing that. Xenosaga 1 will be going under the best RPG category for sure. We'll get around to the other ones once we get to them. I'm going to do this in the order that I played them this year. But Xenosaga 1, I really enjoy. I think it's a fantastic game. It being the first of the trilogy kind of gives a little bit of an advantage in that point as well. But the one drawback that I would say that one complaint I have about pretty much all three of the Xeno games, but especially Xeno 1 and Xeno 3, is some of the cutscenes are just too long. They're just too long. Especially in 3. Especially at the beginning of 3. The first like hour, 2 hours is a lot of talking, a lot of dialogue, a lot of like not having anything happen. Other than just like, I do like the story. The storytelling is good, but the story is good. The way the story is told is bad. So many times throughout the first couple of hours, I was almost bored to sleep because it was just walk to this point, have a long conversation, long cutscene, long talking, walk way over here. And then there was just no combat in between. There needed to be more combat to break up the long stints of conversation. Xenosaga 1 was better in that aspect because at least you were watching a movie. You know, I'm still not saying it's a great aspect, but between how the beginning of Xeno 3 went and how Xeno's 1's beginning went, while it was a lot of back-to-back cutscenes, at least it was cutscenes with dialogue animations and like full-on animated cutscenes, FMVs more or less. That is better than just going back and forth between two people for such a long period of time. And then, set aside those, the combat of 1 is really fun. The characters of 1 are really, really fun. The introduction and how all the characters meet is really, really fun. A little bit of coincidental kind of thing with how Momo and Ziggy meet Shion and the others. Like, okay, huge space, and you just happen to come across the one ship running in the same UMN column that's being chased by UTIC, even though you had nothing to do with UTIC at all. Little circumstantial there, but they got to bring the characters together somehow. I'm not going to bother putting Populous on any list because we never went back and finished it. I would like to play it again at some point, so that's going to be for future reference. So we're just kind of like saying, we did it, but we're not going to count it right now. BioShock 1, well, I did play it before. It had been a while, so I'm going to go ahead and put it under Best Shooter. I think BioShock was a fantastic shooter. And the entire story having headaches. I mean, trying to follow it, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Especially if you're not playing it, Darth. You're just following along with the game while I'm streaming it. That's kind of hard to keep up with on that fact alone. But even playing it, sometimes that can give you headaches too, so I completely understand that. Me and so the absence of combat is the story itself. The acids are invading, so we're going to use the butts, but the mosquitoes plot to rewinding history. Yeah, the time shenanigans part of 3 was a little. I think the ending of that like chapter, that part of it involving the back in time by 15 years kind of thing was kind of well done in 3, but was the story and game overall better without it? Or would have been worse without that part? Not really. It could have done without that kind of time travel shenanigans. It was like, I didn't really need that. It was kind of interesting how what we were doing, it was very much like the effect of no matter what you do to try to change time, time will always stay the same. So our actions in that 15-year past were what unfolded originally anyway, because what we did was what happened the first time anyway. So we didn't really go back into the past and change anything. What happened that way because we did it. Time travel is complicated and it's good, but here it's it's complicated. Yeah, I get it. I get it. I mean, that's what I'm saying about Xenosaga is like, especially when they start like pulling out strings to show you new threads that are going to be talked about or discussed or solved in later games, especially in part 3. And then there is no part 4 to investigate any of those threads. So there's a few threads there that never get resolved. I think the combat for the game makes up for a lot of the lackluster, at least in the first game. 2, well, again, we'll get to that when we get to 2, but I got some negatives to say about 2. June 25. Xenosaga and BioShock, so I started playing like games back and forth. Devil May Cry 1, played it. I guess I can go ahead and put like an official playthrough this year, even though I played it on stream a few years ago. Excuse me. Devil May Cry can go under Best Action. Doom 2016, yep, that can go there as well. It Takes Two, what would I want to put that in? It was definitely a very fun game. I don't know what you want to put it under. Best co-op game, maybe, I guess. I mean, it's what it is. It's a co-op game. What's funny about this is It Takes Two, we literally played it when we went back to it in like April, I think. Or maybe this was it here, but either way, Bimo and I played this game once, and then we like took a break, and when the next time we came back to it was legitimately the exact same date 1 year later. Exact same date, because I remember that being a thing. It was like, okay, we played It Takes Two on stream. When I moved it over here, this might be it right here. When I played it, when I exported it over here to YouTube, I saw the previous time that I had played It Takes Two was 6/12/24, like the exact same date. It was like, wow, it took us exactly 1 year to play It Takes Two. Let's not do the same thing when Split Fiction comes out. Borderlands pre-sequel, I'm not going to put pre-sequel on the list for either best or worst, but I will say that, honestly, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would. The laser mechanics, the fact they added laser-type weapons to Borderlands was really cool part of pre-sequel. Really awesome, but the mobility mechanics, especially those like the low gravity and having to like jump around and stuff and having like huge jumps because you're on a moon, was really unsatisfying, extremely unsatisfying. And I didn't like pre-sequel mostly for that reason, because the mobility was too much of a crucial part of the game's mechanics and really took away from what I thought would be more enjoyable from the shooter aspect of Borderlands. The second stream of the year for It Takes Two, I saw it in a previous one. Okay, well, yeah, probably. Might have been, I'm gonna guess, was it April? Might have been April. But whatever it was, yeah, there it is. Well, whatever the time, the first time this year that we played It Takes Two was a continuation of our first time playing it 1 year earlier, is my point. Like exactly to the day 1 year earlier. Devil May Cry finale, Doom. All right, Xenosaga 2. Xeno 2. Xeno 2, worst. Xeno 2, worst. The story was okay. It focused primarily more on Junior, Albedo, and Negrito, and their overall connection to Momo, specifically the girl that Momo was modeled after, which is Sakura, which was Yuli and Joachim Mizrahi's daughter. There was a lot more focus around that, which was kind of nice development for Junior, as well as like get a little more understanding of why Junior felt so close to Momo, because Momo was basically a Realian version of Sakura, and that's kind of cool. A little more explanation about what the URTV's powers are and their connection to Udu and all that. That was pretty good, but the goddamn combat mechanics, the whole high, mid, low, B, A, B, C, and then you had to get the most advantage out of your attacks, you had to hit those high and low zones in the right order. B, C, 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 B, 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 C, 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 B, B, C, B, 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 C, B, 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 C, B, 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 was nothing but pure purely infuriating, just nothing but anger. Nothing but anger spewed for me every time I had to deal with a boss that was just requiring like everybody to follow that exact combination of BC to get a maximum amount of damage output, and it was frustrating as hell. It was not fun. It was absolutely not fun. Doom Eternal. And will be forever the worst shooter I have ever played. Until I probably play Daikatana if I do, but definitely for this year, the worst fucking shooter in the game. Okay, actually, let me be specific. Let me be fair and specific about Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is not the worst shooting game of this year. It is not. Doom Eternal is not the worst shooter of 2025. Doom Eternal is the worst platform game of 2025. The shooting mechanics of Doom Eternal are very fun and very good. I thoroughly enjoyed the shooting combat of Doom Eternal. It's the movement, the platforming, the jump over here and then do a backflip and then do a dash and then pull your dick out and masturbate a few times and then grab something with your teeth and then do another backflip and then jump over to this platform and then do a side shimmy over here to this platform and then jump over there before the timer runs out so you can jump over to that platform. That if it falls, guess what? You got to go all the way back and do all that jumping, shitting, and masturbating and jollying again. That's not fun. The set pieces and the environments were built with only the point of making traversal annoyingly impossible. And that's why Eternal is bad. There is no need for the world to be built the way that it was, except to be a traversal challenge. When you take a look at 2016, for example, yeah, you had to do some platforming, some climbing up on things, jumping across things, crawling under things, stuff like that in 2016, and that's fine, but it was all part of the natural environment. That if you were not the Doomslayer and you were walking around in that environment, all of that would make a lot of sense. There was zero reason for any of the platforming or those walls or those like hanging things that you had to cling on to and that would eventually just drop down randomly for no apparent reason whatsoever. That all the traversal, or the vast majority, I should say, of the traversal environments in Eternal were not naturally there for anything other than just to make traversing impossible. No part of that environment felt natural or correct. It would have made no sense for them to have those types of things for a normal person or even demons in those types of environments. Why would you need a wall that hovers in the air for a moment that you have to grab onto and cling to and then get off of it in a matter of like 2 or 3 seconds before it falls to nothingness? You wouldn't need that for any reason at all, other than to make it difficult for the Doomslayer to pass through. Even take Doom Dark Ages, for example. Those environments did have some platforming to it, some jumping to it and whatnot, but again, it all felt like it belonged there. Like a normal person would be able to navigate that type of environment with relative ease, minus the, roaring demons that are trying to slice you open. They would be able to traverse those environments rather normally. A normal person would not be able to traverse the environments in Eternal. I mean, you don't need to. As stupid as that is. Getting rewards for platforming is also nice. I mean, but there wasn't any rewards for platforming in Eternal. Except for, you finally made it to the next part so you can do some more fighting. The Eternal platforming was just nothing but a way to inject Mario-type mechanics into Doom. That's not fun. That's not enjoyable. That's not good Doom game design. There's no need for it. Yeah, there was some like special platforming you could do to find secrets and stuff, and yeah, that's rewarding, of course. But if your reward for navigating that bullshit platforming environment is, okay, you made it to the next area, time to do your next fight. That's not a reward. That's progress. That's game progress. That's shitty game design. Some people enjoy it, some will not. I'm one of the ones that definitely does not. Definitely does not. Again, the gunplay, all the tools they give you for the combat, fantastic. Loved it. Really upped the arsenal of the Doomslayer. But fuck that platforming, man. Fuck that platforming. Pluck it hard. You have anything except for the music? Fair enough. Yeah, I know about Daikatana. Yeah, I know Daikatana. I haven't played it, but I know it's bad. It's like Superman 64 bad. It's just generally accepted as a bad game. All right, so that is June 2025. Let's go to July 25. What do we do in July? Xenosaga Doom Eternal prequel. Halo CE. I'm not going to put this on the list because Halo CE is another game that I have done quite a lot of, quite a few times, so it wouldn't be a new experience at all. So we're not going to bother putting this on the list, but it's certainly a very good game. Absolutely. 64 is way better. I'm not going to experience it now. Final Fantasy VII, same thing. I played Final Fantasy VII a dozen times. Even the Echo S mod I have played before. Echo S is just the same game as base Final Fantasy VII, just with voice acting, which is really cool addition, but not really anything worth putting on the list. BioShock 2. I am actually going to put BioShock 2 on the best shooter, under the best shooter list, because I do think it's good. I enjoy it actually a little bit more than BioShock 1 because you get to do both back and forth. You get to use both your plasmids. I was going to say vigors, but that's infinite. But yeah, BioShock Infinite. You have both your plasmids and your gun out at the same time, as opposed to having to switch back and forth between them in the first game. The hacking mechanics are 1,000 times easier. I feel like there's more tools at your disposal into. But I think the story, the fact that you spent the whole game just pursuing, or not pursuing, but trying to get to, not Elizabeth, that's also Infinite. What the hell was the girl's name? Eleanor. You spent the whole game trying to reach Eleanor, and the only reason you stopped was because of an inconvenience. Like, you woke up and you realized, I need to go find Eleanor. Okay, you begin your quest to go find Eleanor, and you take a train and you're stopped by something. Okay, now you gotta get out, you gotta go do things in this area, and once you've done that, then you get back on the train and you move on. And then you go to the next area and you have to stop there because random reasons, and you got to go do a bunch of things over there. You know, that repeated process of your path being stopped, so you have to go do something, kind of felt cheap, like cheap game design. I didn't like that. It reminded me, basically all of BioShock 2 reminded me, was basically filler. It's more or less what that was. But all of BioShock 2 in that front reminded me of the Sandra Cohen section of BioShock 1. You were on your way to go fight Andrew Ryan, and you were suddenly stopped and had to go do a bunch of bullshit for Sandra Cohen in the mid part of BioShock 1, which was nothing but filler. It was just a time stop. It was just a time thing to give you something else to do to fill out the time of the game, so before you went to go do more of the main quest. All of BioShock 2 was that way. Yeah, going forward, stop, gotta go do something side related. Back forward, doing more, up, gotta stop, do a side thing. I didn't like that part of it. I did not like that part of BioShock 2. Edge of Fate, it was an okay DLC. It was an okay expansion, not really worth notifying about. Doom Dark Ages absolutely goes up here. Absolutely goes into best shooter. I thoroughly enjoyed Dark Ages. The combat, I love how that they incorporate so much of the melee combat into your arsenal, and they almost they heavily incentivize close range combat. They give you all kinds of weapons that are best at close range. They give you some sniper rifles and stuff, but a lot of the combat of Dark Ages was meant to be up close and in your face with your punches, your multiple punches that you can do. You can even combo your punches into getting additional upgrades. The fact they kind of took away the glory kills to an extent. I mean, you still had them, but they weren't as glorious, if you allow me the pun, as the previous games was kind of a disappointment. But how the entire game really just incentivized and pushed you to be up in the face of the enemies all the time was a really fun aspect of Dark Ages. If I had a criticism for Dark Ages, I would say it's the fact that it was almost an open world game to an extent. It was still very linear pathing, but it was a lot of sort of go over in this general direction and something might happen over there, kind of like an open world, even though your direct path was over here. I would have preferred a more linearity to it on the style of Doom 2016. You go through the same areas, you still have all these huge enemies that you fight, and these huge numbers, and these large open arenas and stuff. But take away some of that, where do I need to go kind of thing. Which way is the way I need to go here? Give me just not a straightforward path, but a little less open, I guess, is really the only way I can put it. Halo 2, same thing for Halo 1. I prefer not to put it on the list. Also, Halo 2, not as good as Halo 1. I'm gonna be honest. I don't enjoy Halo 2 anywhere near as much as I do Halo 1. Halo 2 is far superior in my opinion. Final Fantasy 7, Halo, ODST, again, played it before, nothing new there. My Platinum Trophy run of Expedition 33, Proud that I got that was my first platinum trophy ever. Really happy for that. August 25. Final Fantasy 7 and X33, Halo 3 and 4. Heretic. Yeah, Heretic wasn't bad. Heretic goes into the best shooter. Absolutely. I played a little bit of Heretic a long time ago, and Heretic is basically the original Doom games with a more fantasy skin on it. It really was. It was the same game. The enemies acted very much the same way. The guns, many of the guns, while they looked more fantasy-like, like a staff and a wizard bow and things like that, were very much just a fantasy skin put on Doom weapons. I thought that was great. I thought Heretic was fantastic. I do look forward to playing Hexen, which is also in the Heretic pack, the Heretic Duel package. I know nothing about Hexen at all, other than it's a little more fantasy. Whereas Heretic kind of sort of delved into fantasy as far as like how the game is designed, but it was really more closer to Doom. Hexen is like mega delving into the fantasy part of it. That's all I know about Hexen. Split Fiction, definitely best co-op. I think I like Split Fiction more than I did It Takes Two, mostly because it had more content in it that fit my enjoyment. Like more the fact that it had both fantasy and sci-fi in it was a little more enjoyable for me than It Takes Two, whereas It Takes Two didn't quite have that so much. And it was a little more, while it was still, obviously fantasy sci-fi, it was a little more realistic in the fact that the characters were more real. It wasn't like two people that have been converted into string-based toys that are having to like do all these things. I like Split Fiction a little bit better than It Takes Two. Heretic, X33, all right, that was August. Let's go to September. We did the Dawn of War Definitive Edition, which is also going to go under here. Best Strategy, which is Dawn of War Remastered. Dawn of War Definitive. I can spell. Split Fiction, Clair Obscure, Dawn of War, Borderlands 3. I actually, kind of like pre-sequel, I enjoyed Borderlands 3 more than I thought I would. I think good enough that I want to put it on the list. I do think I want to put it on the list. Best Shooter, Borderlands 3. The story I thought was kind of bland. The villains, Tyreen and Troy, were supposed to be like Handsome Jack, but if he sucked. They weren't very good villains. Their constant references to like social media and popular social media trends and stuff like that was nothing but just annoying to me. And maybe just an age thing. Maybe somebody who was more into social media trends and stuff like that would have maybe appreciated the game more and appreciated Tyreen and Troy's rendition and take on it more. But I just found it irritating. Mostly because I find social media irritating. But outside of that, I thought the classes, especially the one that I played, which was Moze, which is the mech user, was super fun. We're actually not going to put Dragon Age Inquisition up here because I never finished it. I will go back and redo it. I don't know if I want to just pick up where I left off or start over. I don't think I was that far into the game. But I want to take another stab at Inquisition and a better approach because I dropped off, not because I didn't enjoy it. I was just like, I want to try something else, and I just never went back to it. Halo Wars 2, decent strategy. I don't want to put it under best. StarCraft Mass Recall, on the other hand, I know that's a mod for StarCraft 2, but I really thoroughly enjoyed Mass Recall's take on StarCraft 1 better than the original StarCraft. I'll be completely honest. using StarCraft 2's mechanics, I felt like I was just able to enjoy the game more. It was easier. Yeah, I still had issues on some levels, not gonna lie, but I just feel like I enjoyed StarCraft 1 overall better, remade in SC2 than the original StarCraft. And then of course, we have to put under best strategy, Final Fantasy Tactics. And I could go either way. I could put under best strategy or best RPG because it is definitely both. I really don't know which one I want to like lock it down to because both of them it would fit under. I really don't know. I really can't decide if I want to put tactics under RPG or not. I mean, it is. I don't want to put it under there for. You know, I think I'm going to put it under RPG because while I did enjoy the tactics gameplay, it was really the story that drove it more for me because I couldn't enjoy Tactics originally, the original version of Tactics, as much because the story was so convoluted and not convoluted. I'm sorry, not convoluted, but hard to follow because of the really crappy translations that the original Tactics had. And then adding in voice acting to the remake of Tactics really made it more comprehensible for me. I was able to enjoy it and comprehend the game more. All right, so that was September. Let's go October 25. Mass Recall, Evil East, Borderlands. So XCOM, Enemy Within. Yeah, definitely. I mean, it wasn't my first playthrough of it, but still worthy of being put on the list. It always will be a fantastic strategy game. That was it for October. It was easy because there was a lot of games I played. There was only like a couple of games I played the entire month. All right, Xenosaga 3. Oh. I don't want to put it under worst RPG, but I also don't feel that it deserves best RPG either. I think like if there was like a tier list for the 3 Xenosaga games, it goes 1 is best, 3 is mid, and 2 is worst. I don't think Xeno 3 is good enough to be put on the best RPG part of it, but also think it is not bad enough to be put under the worst. And like I said earlier when we were talking about Xenosaga 1, Xeno 3's hugest drawback is how it starts so slow. So long of the first couple hours was just exploring, not really exploring, because exploring would mean you have a chance to like look around and get stuff. It was just a lot of dialogue and going from point A to point B, and that was it. No combat to really break up that monotony. This is going to be probably a hot take, but worst strategy is going to be XCOM 2, specifically Long War of the Chosen. I have nothing against XCOM 2. I love XCOM 2. I love War of the Chosen. But the Long War of the Chosen mod, Long War, hated it. I enjoyed it in the beginning. I love how much it just completely fleshed out so much stuff. It gave you so many more classes to choose from. The types of enemies that you encountered were jacked way up, and I really loved that. It was fantastic on that front. But the further I delved into the game and the more missions I got through, the more frustrating the mechanics got. When I had like snipers with 100% accuracy and all the advantages that you can give them about high ground and all that other stuff, and you still only do 2 points of graze damage on a target, that pissed me off. It became less enjoyable and more of a tedious, frustrating task trying to get things accomplished, because while you had everything set up properly, the game still fought you and still went against you, even though you followed its rules and built everything like you should to get the best possible outcome. The game still gave you the middle finger and said, you're not getting these best outcomes. I didn't enjoy that. I did not enjoy that at all. Uncharted, I thought Uncharted was okay. I think Uncharted was just kind of a mid game. I think it was okay. I don't want to put it in the on the game of the year list at all. Not because I hated it, because I didn't hate it, but that whole, like I said before, that feeling of I can't wait to play more, I never got that from Uncharted. It was fine. The story was good. The characters were fine. I just never got a sense of I can't wait to play this game again. So that doesn't bode well for me. Hopefully the other games are better. I hear Uncharted 2 is like the best in the franchise, so I do look forward to it. Hopefully I'll get that feeling again. But with Uncharted 1, I just didn't feel it. I thought it was just a mid game. Gears 4, I thought was a decent game up until the end. I'm not going to put it under the worst shooter game of the year either, because of the content that you get to play in Gears 4 was fine all the way up until that sudden abrupt end. And so that abrupt end, unfortunately, or I say unfortunately, fortunately for it, doesn't degrade it enough to put it under the worst game category, because it wasn't. It wasn't a bad game. It just had a terrible ending. So that's November. And then finally, December 25 up until this past week, Episode 3 of Xenosaga, Gears of War 4. And I'm not going to put either Chaos Gate or Gears 5 on the list because I haven't finished either of those games yet. So Gears 5 and Daemonhunters will likely be put on next year's list, because that'll be, basically right around the time that I'll play it. So, all right. So what do we have this year? Gears 4 did a Half-Life 2. Well, okay. Here's the difference between Half-Life 2 and Gears 4. Half-Life 2 did an abrupt end because they were supposed to make another chapter. They fully intended to make another chapter of the game. But Valve, being the infinite geniuses that they are, never did it. I mean, honestly, I feel that Half-Life 2's sudden abrupt end is actually more damning than even Xenosaga 3's ending, because while we have some threads that never get solved, for the most part, the trilogy is wrapped up, for the vast majority of it. The sudden abrupt end of the final chapter of Half-Life 2 is a cliffhanger of cliffhangers that will never be solved. It is just a harsh abrupt end with no conclusion. Gears 4 did a harsh ending like that, but they still came out with Gears 5 in a relatively short amount of time and followed up with that ending. And the story continues where that game ended. So I would give more props to Gears on that aspect, because at least Gears did continue and finish that story. Half-Life 2 will not finish that story. No matter what rumors that have come out over the past 20 years that there's going to be a Half-Life 3. There will never be a Half-Life 3 or Half-Life 2 Chapter 3 or whatever it was. So, worst games of the year are Sonic Adventure, Jedi Survivor, Xenosaga 2, Doom Eternal, and Long War of the Chosen. Best games for this year are Grandia, Final Fantasy 16, Legaia 2, Expedition 33, Xenosaga 1, Final Fantasy Tactics, BioShock, Doom 2016, BioShock 2, Doom the Dark Ages, Heretic, Borderlands 3, Gears Tactics, Universe at War, Earth Assault, Dawn of War Definitive, StarCraft, Mass Recall specifically, XCOM 1, specifically Enemy Within, 40K Space Marine 2, Resident Evil 4 Remake, Devil May Cry. We didn't have a Best Expansion DLC, so we'll just take that out. Smash Bros. And Power Stone, It Takes Two, and Split Fiction. Before I actually choose the ones that have multiple entries in these categories, I'm gonna pick what I feel is the best in each of these categories. Obviously, the ones that have only one entrance in the category, they get automatic victory in there. And then, of course, I'm going to pick my game of the year, which we probably already all know what's going to be, as well as worst game of the year. But before I do that, I really have to fucking pee. I'll be right back. Oh my god. I'm seeing yellow.
Hi everyone, I'm Comet. You might also know me as
the flame-furred ball of fury.
I have a question for you. Are you a cat owner? Do you want to keep your home protected but don't want to bother with the hassle of a dog? And trust me, they can be quite a hassle. Well then look no further, for I have your solution. With my patented kitten collar accessory, you can make your meat cat's meow shake the walls with a lion's roar. Worried about potential intruders? Or those pesky neighbors? Fear not, as this easy-to-use, one-of-a-kind device will solve all your problems. Presenting Comet's PET, the Pussy Enhancement Tool. Concealed in your favorite feline's collar, and far more reliable than any dragon.
What?
Nothing. And I have a special offer. Call in the next 69 minutes, and I'll give you a special gift. This Beware of Cat sign at no additional cost. So, enhance your pussy today with Comet's Pussy Enhancement Tool. Not available in stores, so call me out. 555-2-PUSS-UP. Or check out my website at cometspussytools.mu. That's right, cometspussytools.mu.
Welcome to Video Gaming 101. I'm Professor Willie Longwoodcock. Lesson number 13. Regardless of how many years, centuries, or millennia have passed between major events, said events will be occurring on schedule and will be happening almost instantly. "2026 best comment moment" should be a thing. Yeah. If I had a way to do that, I probably would. There's no way to even remember that. Hey, Talon, thank you very much for that very kind word. I greatly appreciate it. Darth, could you throw a shout out for Talon, please? Also, Merry Christmas to you as well. You're already on it, Darth. You're already on it. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you and your family have a fantastic 25th of December, Mr. Loon. Thank you so much, Talon. I greatly appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Watching you play a little bit of Dispatch earlier, or the other day, Talon, I actually kind of want to give that game a try now. I didn't want to play it before because I thought it was just a bullshit card game. But now I'm kind of like, I kind of want to play it. Watching you play it, I kind of want to play it because I do like those Telltale type games. I never finished, or I did chapter 1 and 400 days of The Walking Dead, or whatever it was called, 400 days, I think is what it was called. I also want to do the rest of the Walking Dead series as well as Wolf Among Us. Even though I don't care for superhero stuff, I do want to play the Batman Telltale's game, and I now want to give Dispatch a try. Yeah, he slapped so fucking hard. Yeah, I know. It got nominated for a few things in Game of the Year this year, so I'm looking forward to it. Which was a story-driven and choice-driven TT. Can you talk about Dispatch? Yeah, the Dispatch part of it that I saw, that kind of looked a little uninteresting. I mean, I didn't see much of it, but hopefully there's more mechanics to it than what it originally looks like. But, you know, we'll see. Tucci brought me Persona 5 Strikers, supposedly excellent, but it's a sequel. I hopefully sometime this upcoming year will start getting into the Persona games myself. I got an extra little buff in money in my PlayStation wallet, so I might put some of that toward a Persona game or two this year as well. So I look forward to that because I would like to play the Persona games. It gets really complicated. Dispatch is only half a Telltale game. The other half belongs to the Dispatch genre, which is older than that specific game. You'll likely have fun. Yeah, I hope so. I didn't think I would enjoy it because I'd seen like a little bit of it played before, but what I saw of the prologue that Talon did, I was like, this actually looks kind of good. The animations are good. The dialogue looks kind of good. Just play Persona 4 and Persona 5. Well, I'm definitely going to play Metaphor. I do have Metaphor. That might, once we finish Gears 5 there, I might make Metaphor my Sunday game and have Chaos Hunters or Daemonhunters be my Saturday game because I want to do Metaphor like really soon. Standard P4, play P5R, and then Metaphor. I don't need to do them in order, right? But I have, the thing is I have Metaphor. I don't have any of the Persona games. Sorry, I'm scratching Comet's head right in front of the chat. So yeah. I know, Bear, and I appreciate it. I thank you for playing that along with me. Oh, that reminds me, actually. Do you have a PlayStation, and do you have Resident Evil? Do I even have Resident Evil 5 and 6? I have to double check now. Crap. I don't remember if I have. I thought I had 5 and 6 in my library. I need to double check my classic library, because if I have 5 and 6, Resident Evil 5 and 6, I want to play those with somebody because I know they're ass as solo games, but better as co-op games, and I want to play them co-op. P4 before P5 Royal for sure. It's not due to story, it's due to the formula. Okay. On PC, I think I have them on PlayStation. I gotta double check and find out where those games are. I think I have RE5 and 6 somewhere. I just gotta double check where. I don't know if it's Xbox or PlayStation or what. Pretty sure it's not PC. I didn't have a lot of PC games until rather recently when I got this new powerful tower over here. Anyway, my choices for best of the year. Let's start with the bottom of the top. Like I said, the ones with one entry, obviously they win. They win their categories. Best co-op game, I'm gonna have to give to Split Fiction. I like Split Fiction more than I did It Takes Two. Best fighting game. I feel I was less frustrated with Smash Bros than I was Power Stone, so I'm gonna give it to Smash Bros, which is, again, I never finished the game, so it's not really a fair assessment. All we have of Persona 4 Remake is a few of the environments I spec 2 and 3 years before it's out. I'm looking to get into a PS4. I'm looking into getting a PS4 myself for the Ratchet and Clank games. Okay. Thank you for the thank you for that. Okay. How are you? All right. He's tweaking out over here. I think it may be like a bug flying around or something. Space Marine 2 was really good. Unfortunately, I don't think it was as good as the first game though. Felt like I had more fun with the first one. Best action. Believe it or not, I actually am going to say I think I'm going to go with Resident Evil 4 Remake. I mean, Devil May Cry, kind of an unfair assessment because I had played the game before. Probably shouldn't even put it on the list because like I said, I played it before, so kind of just unfair. But I really enjoyed RE4 Remake. Best strategy game. I really like Dawn of War Definitive Edition, but I think I'm actually going to give it to Mass Recall. I mean, XCOM is good. XCOM is good in its own right, but I enjoy XCOM 2 more. Why are you popping up? Go away. I enjoyed Mass Recall because I was able to enjoy StarCraft more. While I did have fun originally with the original StarCraft and Brood War, I felt I had more fun with the StarCraft 2 version. I think it's just because of the interface. I was able to actually select more units and stuff. It was a much simpler interface. I feel like I enjoyed that more. Best shooter. Bioshock 2. Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Dark Ages. I mean, I still think 2016 is a better game. This is also kind of a thing where I have played Doom 2016 before. I should have put it on this list. I think Doom 2016 is better, but Dark Ages really just was nothing but nonstop packed action when you were in combat. Outside of the slow exploring of areas, when you had an encounter, you were fucking encountering shit. Hard no on Dark Ages. You didn't like Dark Ages? I thought Dark Ages was good outside of like the open area kind of thing. When you were actually in combat, it was really good. It was some of the best combat I think I've ever had in a shooter, even though it was more of a melee game. Best RPG. You see, here's the thing. I'm going to give Best RPG to Grandia, and here's why. Before anybody loses their shit. Here's why. Because Best Game of the Year is going to be Expedition 33. I feel it's unfair for a game to get the best in both categories, because if it's Best Game of the Year, that means it's best overall. And for me, for the way I run this, the way I do these Krim Award things, is I am going to give it the best game of all of them. Therefore, giving it best RPG is unfair because it's best of overall. What the fucking oh, that's fair. Worst game of the year. What were my picks down here? What pissed me off the most? Goddamn, Jedi Survivor pissed me the fuck off. So did Xeno 2. Doom Eternal is tempting. You know what? I'm gonna say Long War of the Chosen. Honestly, my experience of Long War of the Chosen, I think is the most frustrating thing. That's all right, Talon. You enjoy your time with your family. Appreciate you and hope to see you around again. You picked Xeno 2 for worst game of the year, best year of the game, XCOM. The reason I don't pick XCOM 1 as best game of the year is because I like XCOM 2 much better. XCOM 2, I feel, is just a much more fun game. It's much more fleshed out and a lot more stuff, honestly. Chimera Squad. You told me a lot about how you don't like Chimera Squad, Bear. So, so yeah. The best RPG is Grandia. I think it was absolutely phenomenal. But game of the year is absolutely, of course, Expedition 33. Without a doubt, without question. Grandia, I could not wait to get back into playing that game every time I stop. That's what I was talking about before. I've said a few times now. I feel like the best games for me are the ones where when I'm done playing the game for the night, I can't wait to play the game again. I look forward to the next outing. Expedition 33 did that phenomenally. Grandia did it. When I first played Final Fantasy VII way back in the day, Final Fantasy VII did it for me. 7 Rebirth did it for me. Loved it. Loved it. XCOM 2 is better, but it isn't on the list because I didn't play XCOM 2 this year. Outside of the Long War of the Chosen, which I put that on the worst because we're gonna do a War of the Chosen playthrough next year, with the mods that I have put in it, which is specifically the extra classes that Long War gives you, which I have a mod that puts in just the extra soldier classes from Long War, but doesn't give me the Long War mechanics, as well as all of my custom character designs that I have, like Cosmos, like Jill Valentine from Resident Evil, Claire, Cloud from Final Fantasy VII, Sephiroth, all that. Yeah. So XCOM 2 will be next year. I'm not the biggest fan of playing those style of games, but I love watching them, and Chimera is more dull than a 100-year-old butter knife. Damn. You don't care for Chimera Squad either, Darth? All right. Okay, so that was the 2025 Krim Awards. Not anywhere near as grandiose as good old Jeff Keighley, but, you know, it's me. I do look forward to Pragmata, though. I think I actually kind of enjoyed Pragmata. I really do. I look forward to that game. Probably won't get it on day one, but I do look forward to it. I could continue Daemonhunters. I know what I talked about before about doing Daemonhunters on Saturday, and I kind of feel like wanting to start Metaphor. I kind of want to start Metaphor. Will the mod makers get busier for tactics with custom battles? I don't know what kind of mods they could do with tactics. I mean, depends on on how easily moddable it is. It's XCOM's Darkest Hour. They're praising Chimera Squad more than it deserves. God, you guys are really hype. Well, whatever the opposite of hyping up is, you're really hyping up its negativity. Man, I can't decide. Yeah, I think I'll save Metaphor for when we finish Gears 5. So we'll play some more Chaos Gate tonight. Or today, since it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Forgot this is only Thursday. I keep thinking this is Saturday because I'm streaming at noon. I keep forgetting this is Saturday. I keep forgetting this isn't Saturday. Fuck me. They already have one that gives us access to missing or cut classes. Well, that's good. Yeah. Shut up. Can we? Can we not skip this cutscene? Okay. Can we not skip this cutscene? What the fuck? Okay. I need to change this. I also didn't change Serious Sam to just chat. Oh, I did change just chatting. Okay. Good. That'd have been bad. T-A-E-O-N-A-E-G-N-T-E-R-S. Chaos Gate Daemonhunters. Done. Cool. All right. Yes, thank you again, Bear, for the very kind gift. It's been a blast so far. Still learning it, so I can't say I'm enjoying this as much or more than XCOM yet because I'm still in a learning process. Serious Sam 4 Dead Island 2. I want to, if I don't have Serious Sam 4 yet, I want to get it because I love Serious Sam series. In fact, BMO and I just finished the vanilla of all of the Serious Sam games, but I still want to take her through the DLCs of the Serious Sams. Alrighty. Change controller. Be fair, Chimera Squad isn't horrible. It's just not worthy of the franchise. Make the same game without belonging to a franchise and be better received. So it's kind of like what we were talking about earlier with like Doom 3. Doom 3 is a good game in its own right, but it's not a good Doom game. Yeah, VR Serious Sam games. I'm no interest in that. There is very little I can think of that could possibly be interested in involving a VR game, except maybe like some VR horror games or something. I don't even have a VR system for one, but I played. It was called Paranormal something. Not Paranormal Files. It was a game based on that movie series that was Paranormal Activity. That's what it was. Paranormal Activity. I played the VR game of that for a little bit, and I thought it was all right. Oh, that was kind of fun. But outside of that, I really have very little desire to play a VR game. Beat Saber. Okay. We need to just what? We need to do any 49 days. We can't do anything with this. I think I already did all the like upgrade stuff I could do for now. So I guess we just spin the globe. Proverbial globe. Can we go to like one of these other planets? I'm guessing by the time I get there, it'll already be infested. All right, Bear. Research target warp field penetration. Stratagems unlocked. Okay. I mean, probing the plague's thaumic defenses and found a weak spot that we can penetrate. It is a minor breakthrough, sufficient to deliver only modest aid to your knights on the ground, but a small tear can become a gaping rent if enough pressure is applied. Okay. Stratagems. Psychic. Target a knight who gains +2 AP. Okay. So you say that what is her name? Vakir? You see, Vakir was a former sister of Battle, Darth? I can heal, huh? Okay. -2 corruption in system. All right, let's start this one, and this is the objective. Intervention required.
Warning. A large-scale anomaly approaches our coordinates.
Analysis?
Processing. Intermittent heat sources identified. Without active signal patterns, current theory suggests a space hulk. If so, there is a high probability of valuable archaeotech on board.
A fascinating possibility. There could be weapons, something we might use.
While I appreciate the academic interest, this risks being a significant distraction from our mission. I would advise we destroy the object from a safe distance and be done with it.
Send knights to investigate. If we get new weapons out of this, it'll be worth it.
Let us see what your brothers can find.
Also, they're going to totally be on the side of the hot chick. Oh, and I thought I was going to do a mission. Yeah, they're fine. Perceptive 60 days, 100% construction speed, +2 requisition. Okay. Your knights discover an archaeotech cache within the Space Hulk, just as Lunetti predicted, only to be ambushed by a significant contingent of the Death Guard on board. They defeat the enemy and set charges to destroy the Hulk before returning to the Edict. Cool. Gain 1 servitor for 10 days. Cool. All right. Now, we need more servitors. 30% research speed. 20% ship speed. I think I want to get that first. Much as I'd like the research speed, I think I want to get this first because I want to get to some of these planets before they become fully infested. 100% construction speed seems dope as hell. Yeah. I just gotta wait for something to happen.
The fight against the vile heretics takes an interesting turn. Grandmaster Kai may have grown obstinate sitting on Titan, but there are others who recognize the need for action. The Officio Assassinorum has agreed to make available an execution force tasked with exterminating this bloom.
The edicts of our chapter demand we work alone, Inquisitor. We are fully capable of handling the threat.
Did you not make the case days ago that this strike force is depleted? Are we not allies in this crusade against chaos?
I suppose chapter doctrine permits the use of outside forces under certain exigent circumstances.
Indeed. We all have a duty to elevate need above custom. Now, Commander, which temple would best serve your most immediate needs on the battlefield?
Precision targeting at long range. Does that mean they're going to get snipers? Negates the powers of the warp. Infiltration and armor piercing. I kind of want the precision targeting. I want the Vicaire Temple. You do yourself a PS4? Nice. I guess a PS5 would be out of your budget, because PS5 you can play a lot of PS4 games on PS5.
My savant has many records detailing the efficacy of those from the Vindikar Temple. They are the finest marksmen and patient beyond reproach.
Tibor Torque added Vindicare Assassin.
Commander, understand that while the Officio Assassinorum trains the finest operatives in the Imperium, they lack your battle brothers' resilience. While you can requisition more assassins, the cost will be high. Each operative has undergone countless genetic and cybernetic enhancements to transform them into the ultimate killers.
In other words, once they're dead, then they're gone. There's a way to find out. There's a list on, I think, I'm pretty sure it's on PlayStation's website about games that are reverse backwards compatible. And considering Ratchet and Clank is a popular game, I would see that it would be playable. It's not like Eternal Sonata, which isn't playable because it's not a popular game. So let's see. We have a new soldier. Is that what I understood? Barracks. Oh, it takes 3 to get another assassin. Okay. Oh, Eversor, Culex, and Calidius or whatever.
Vindica.
Okay, so he literally is a tiny guy compared to this guy, especially this guy. Like, fuck, he's huge. Alright, so an actual assassin. Shoot a target at range 14 to deal 4 damage, precision targeting. Range 10 to deal 3 damage, plus 1 crit. Target a blast attack at a range 10 over area 2 to deal 3 damage. Exodus rifle. You only have one option. Exodus pistol. This is literally a sniper. Gains 2 max willpower. I don't hate the idea of a sniper having healing skills, because they could probably hit those targets when healing, maybe. All right. Okay. Bloom spawn detected. All right. % ship speed. Nice. Start new project. Okay, let's get more research going here. Seeking to destroy the bloom spawn, you will not inflict critical hits. Okay. Oh no, no crits for me. Oh god. I don't know how I'm going to handle that. Oh dear. Yeah, sure, let me have it. I'll take 2 more requisition.
Inquisitor Vakir has developed psychic techniques to support you on the battlefield. Select this interface to choose from your available stratagems. Select this slot to load a stratagem into it. Later, you will gain access to additional slots.
Do I get to keep the... Is this a permanent thing, or is this only for one time just for this mission?
Now you have only one stratagem available. Select Quicksilver.
So I can have up to 4 slots, 4 stratagems. And these are going to be permanent to me, I guess, during battles. Okay. Wounded. Okay, let's take... Who's close to leveling? This guy's close to leveling. So let's put you in here. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. All right. I'm going to swap you out. I'm going to put Hugh in for sure. I definitely want this guy to get some experience. This is level 2. This is level 2. Let's get you some experience.
Fun.
And...
Viridian.
Okay. That sniper dude is so small compared to the other guys. All right.
Moving swiftly.
Guys are just not much for silence, are you? You like to clomp her as loud as possible. Clomp, 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 jump, slam. Excuse me. You don't have an Overwatch. That's strange. Oh, it's way over there, huh? Okay. Shit. We got a bit of a walk.
Understood.
Standing ready.
What's this? Oh, so I can just shoot. Okay. Just intern.
Here. With haste.
Yeah. Where the hell is everybody?
As requested. Understood.
I'm not gonna be able to get to anything before we trigger a warp event.
Foes are near.
Finally.
My brothers.
Affirmative. Taking position.
We are discovered.
Don't you? Defend the bloom spawn? No, I don't need to destroy it. I mean, their mission is defended.
Enemy sighted.
This will be illuminating, Commander.
Wait, why do we need to defend it? Seek and destroy and then defend. I don't understand. Also, what? Why is this I guess there can be yeah, never mind. I was thinking about something completely wrong. Okay. Yeah, press stratagems. Okay.
Advised, Commander.
Stratagems can only be used once per mission. Target a knight who gains +2 AP. Well, I can't put it on the sniper because he's not a knight. How about... Oh, I see. Okay, here. And here. Fire! Some enemies are protected by armor. Each point can absorb 1 damage before HP is lost. Nurgle's regenerative properties cause their armor to restore. Nurgle's regenerative properties cause their armor to restore at the beginning of the enemy turn. Somebody didn't check their grammar on that one. Cause their armor to be restored at the beginning of the enemy turn, so they get regenerative armor. Okay.
Opening fire. For Titan. Blessed ammunition depleted. At once.
Stoppy, 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 stoppy. Alright, sniper.
Pain is beneath me.
Ew, it slimed on us.
Crush the Imperial lapdogs! Just wait. Just wait.
Warp surge. Oh no.
Taking position.
Alright. Let's see what you can do.
Firing.
That works.
Exitus acta probat.
What?
On my way.
Cybolt.
Fiend. Glory to Xiphos.
Get him. Double punch.
Glory to Xiphos. Firing on target.
What if we go for a melee?
Moving out. None may stay our wrath.
Can you melee that from where you are? You can. You get him.
All greater Bloomspawn have been excised. Surface level bombardment will commence momentarily.
Victory! Da 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 da! Yeah. Terminator armor? Oh, it's only 1 point for each. Screw it, I'll get them all. Nice, 2 promotions. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I was looking at Ochu. Alright, so this is an interceptor. So an interceptor, this guy, oh. Okay, so he's got a sword. He's using a sword. You're an apothecary. You're probably going to be fighting from range. So we're also going to be giving you your medical upgrades. Battlefield medicine, yeah. All right. We can do that one before it runs out. Uh-oh, cutscene.
It is clear that these seeds are fragments of some vile artifact, saturated with corruption. Once fused with organic life, they spread rapidly from the host, afflicting whole populations with a deadly plague.
All according to the plague god's desires.
Yes. But what confounds me is how it spreads so quickly between solar systems. I have issued an interdiction order for this sector. Interplanetary travel will be limited. With the Emperor's mercy, it will buy us some time.
Denial. The baleful edict is far too damaged to begin a new campaign.
And yet it must. This bloom is already ripening, evolving fast towards some dire purpose. Would you truly turn your back on the trillions of souls the plague god threatens to devour?
Never. But how do you propose we stop it?
This seed radiates a psychic imprint from what I believe to be some kind of origin. With further research, I will be able to pinpoint that location.
I would rather we simply purge them.
That is the difference between us, Purifier. You are the hammer, but I am the one with the burden to wield it. Destroying it now would silence the only lead we have. If I can prove these seeds all radiate from the same destination, then we can follow that trail and destroy the source of the bloom's power.
Challenge. You said seeds. You deduce much from only one.
You are correct, Tech Priest. I need more. One is not sufficient to prove my theory. Commander, you must send out your knights to harvest more.
You would have us limp around the sector with more of this corruption in my hold?
I agree it is far from ideal, Dominus, but if the Inquisitor can locate the source of this corruption, then I advise we comply with her request.
Affirmative.
Excellent. We have no time to waste.
Alright, as the broom ripens, the seeds call out to a hidden concentration of cancerous energy. Yet this is their critical flaw. I can use their psychic resonance to track a spore to the source and unleash your Grey Knights upon it. In the meantime, they must harvest the seeds I require. Okay, so we need more seeds for this. Devise customized tools to aid in extracting them whole before their carriers are destroyed. Gate of Infinity. Shows a commendable flexibility, but I believe I can extend this tactic farther to support service-to-service movement without the aid of personal teleporter. Oh, interesting. Deny our enemies advantage so your knights can exterminate them with ease. It doesn't really tell me what it does. Oh, okay. Hmm. Okay. So we're here in time to stop it this time, right? Because there was... Ah, we are. Cool. We had an issue with only 3 units. Okay. Let's put you... How do I remove a knight? Remove a squad. That's how. Okay. Alright. Let's select... Level 2, level 2, level 2. Let's take Purgator. So you, and you're staying. I'm definitely going to go with the sniper. Kind of dumb that you can't like swap out once you're... Bit of a bug there, I think. You can't rotate past a blank spot. Loadout. Okay. One damage this melee attack. I see. Okay, got it. All right, what about... Auto parry. I don't fully get what these mean. Upgrade options, maybe. Okay. All right. Loadout. Let's just go with what we got. What about you? Let's see if we can change. Let's see if we can upgrade your weapon at all. Plus 5% crit. %10 crit. Ooh. Okay. Probably should check to see if the perks I could add Terminator armor. Forward!
Onward, brothers.
Right, where's the bloom spawn? Way over there. Of course it is.
On the hunt. Enemies detected.
Oh, really? Well then. Hello, guys. What's up?
I see you on it. Just wait.
Target acquired.
Oh wait, you don't have a ranged weapon? Hey, you do have a range. I'm confused. Ranged attack. Nurgle cultist.
Yes, sir.
Now we can hit that.
For the Emperor.
Ah!
He is wounded. Mercy in death. On the way.
Where can I put you? Take advantage of your sniping skills. No. You throw a grenade? Yeah, throw a grenade. Catch this, bitch.
Your life belongs to the Vindicator.
Kill an enemy where you, by knocking it back? What?
Does he yet stand?
I don't know how I knocked it back. I don't. Okay. I don't fully get what that means in the context of this game.
Understood.
No Overwatch for you.
Another battle ends in triumph. It will be done.
How about there?
Repositioning.
Stompy, 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 stompy.
Gods preserve us! This way, out of sight.
Prepare to engage.
Well, that's different. I was expecting another Ochu, not a dude like that. Can't hit it, huh? So, what, do I need to not shoot? I'm confused. The Poxus seeds, do we need to, like, melee them out of the enemies? I'm confused by what the Poxus seeds are doing. Like, well, how to, like, are we supposed to obtain them by doing damage to them, but not killing them?
Less than nothing.
Charge!
Yes!
Alright then.
Fall, monster! Does he yet stand?
Three turns into ritual completed. What ritual? Well, that's, that looks unfortunate.
Finding better ground. Locked on.
Oh, okay. So did we get his seed or not? I'm still confused by how that works.
I am his Ammo depleted.
Attack! Kill them all! You will bleed! Fall, monster!
Ow. Disabled melee, is that what it said? Well, very little I can do to avoid damage for him.
Your orders. Come
escapade!
Titan! Aye, sir.
Dead. Well, he should have been. What?
Empty.
Why did he survive that? What is it, 0 HP?
As requested.
Malignant growth? No.
Clear shot.
He's got armor, that's why. Oh, you can't reach. Well, okay. What do we stab these things? Oh, immune. Never mind.
Charge! Die! Die! Die!
He's very excited. Maybe those eyeballs are healing him?
For the Emperor. I am the Emperor's fury.
Rise to serve him again. Weapon loaded. Taking aim. Another cur goes down. Fire. Time to reload.
Okay. Alright, what if you melee him then? Oh, you don't have him. You don't, wait, you got a sword. Just go stab a bitch. Yeah, there we go.
All greater blues from have been excised. Surface level bombardment will commence momentarily.
Okay, I still don't get the seeds that they're carrying. Did I get them or not? We got 10. So we rewarded. Oh, we got 10 servitors. I didn't see a seeds collected at the top. I missed that. Whoops. Oh well. Sniper gets a promotion. Cool. Oh, they just have a very linear build path on this one. Target organic enemy at range 14 to destroy them. Ooh, I like the word destroy. All right. I guess we just advance time. %30 research speed. Okay, nice. You may have had ample opportunity for combat in the campaign, but Brother Ektar tells me the experience can be properly integrated only through lengthy meditation in an appropriately prepared chamber. Strange notion, but no doubt he's correct. What, we get 50% experience? Okay. That sounds like a pretty good deal. Bloom spawn detected. Corruption level 2. Okay. Win mission without using willpower. I forget which one. I forget which or which skill is willpower. Okay, so we can take 4 again. So let's keep the sniper in. He's fine where he is.
Santor. Storm.
Off the carry. Okay.
Viridian.
All right, let's set these guys up. Load out. Rain. Okay, you're currently wielding two-handed sword. You have a storm bolter. I don't get how to get these upgrades. I'm confused. Okay. All right. Melee, horse sword. Okay, you can't wear Terminator armor, but we can upgrade your standard armor. We don't really have any new war gear slots. Okay. We use this. He gets plus crit damage. Okay. I did give the guy's grenade away. Did I do that? Is that what I did? Whoops. No. No. Where's grenades? Grenades. That's why I was like, what? Okay, you're apothecary, so we're going to set you up for that. So load out. Okay, so we're going to set you up to be a healer, if that's what you're supposed to be. And then ranged weapons, fine. Armor. We can give you Terminator armor. Let's give you standard Terminator armor, which you already have. And then give you this. No. Servo skull. God damn it, clicked the wrong one. Yeah, additional healing skills. Then you should be fine as you currently are. Okay, here we go. All right, let's mosey. Where do we go? Where's the bloom spawn? Way the fuck over there. Because of course it is.
Listening. What is your will?
A long goddamn walk.
On my way. I am with you. Moving out.
Kick the door. Oh, can't because you're not close enough. Stomp, 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 stomp. And then there's this guy.
As you will.
Not a sound. I get it, he's an assassin, he's not supposed to, but still, it's kind of funny. You got three guys, stomp, 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 stomp. And then one dude. I don't even think he actually makes footstep sounds. Here they are, they're super quiet. Had to kick a door. Had to kick another door. Oh, that's the sniper. Oh, he just shot the door. Fuck, kicking the door, I'll just shoot the bitch.
Rejoice. We bring Nurgle's gifts.
Chaos Marines. Where's my sniper? Where can I put you? That would give you a position to fire easily on them.
Finding better ground.
Disrupt shot. Does it increase damage? What's disrupt shot do? Afflict disrupted. 100% one turn. Yeah, let's do that. They might take out the Overwatch. Damn, take out his armor for sure. Disrupt enemies' Overwatch or suppressive fire. Nice! It does work that way. Tonk.
Ammunition depleted.
As you command. Opening fire.
Dead.
Slaughtered.
Force strike. Go punch him. Or slash him. Hi-yah! Can't get into position to shoot him, I don't think. Oh, this is a shooting position. I'll get one more, we can get one shot off on him. Cybolt. Oh, wait, maybe not. Full cover. Oh. Fuck. Never mind. Just giving me looks, I guess. Go to Overwatch. If he moves, shoot him.
Bolter trained and ready. Die.
Donk. He moved, but still got, I think he got away without getting hit. Enemy reinforcements will arrive next turn. Denizens of the Warp.
Awaiting directions.
Your command. Your orders.
He's still alive. We'll give it another slashing.
It is finished.
So we got dudes coming out of the warp, huh? All right. Got a surprise for him. Overwatch.
I will fire when ready. Yes, sir. Securing position.
Reload. You said you were out of ammo.
Reloaded.
And then let's go toward our objective up here.
Confirmed. Enemy reinforcements.
Enemy reinforcements. Aha, I'm ready to go. I chose poorly this day. Oh, fuck. I forgot. Oh, shit. I forgot to not use skills. Whoops. Oh, well. My bad. I whoopsied. Okay. Oh, now I get all the
Taking position.
requisition I wanted, but oh well. 'Tis what it is.
Targeting.
God damn it, shot me in the ass. Why'd I do that?
Firing on target.
What the hell?
Adjusting aim. This battle is ended.
That away. Yeah, it'll never happen because StarCraft made its cut its teeth on being an RTS, and Blizzard's not known for making turn-based strategies. But I'd love to see a StarCraft version of a turn-based strategy.
Firing position.
And maybe like a ghost specific mission. You can pick a team of ghosts or like a small team of Marines or something. You're part of a special operations division of the Dominion or something, and you take a small group of units from the Terran arsenal, a couple of fire bats, a couple of Marines, a couple of ghosts or something, and then go on to a turn-based mission with a small squad. What, did it move? Or did I turn the camera?
As you will.
That's another Ochu.
Foul intruders. They will not prevail. Here.
See one.
Rough shot won't do anything.
In my sights. I will put you down. Must reload.
Darn, I want to take one more shot. Alright, you then go over here. Overwatch that hole. Whatever comes out of it, shoot it.
I will fire when ready.
Advancing.
You better not hit my sniper. Bitch, you hit my sniper. I told you not to do that.
Enemy reinforcement. Yes, master.
Alright, we need to get rid of you because you're overwatching my sniper and I don't appreciate it. Nope, can't do that.
Yes, Commander. Foe wounded. The enemy is wounded.
Alright, you just stay there a second, sniper. I'll see what I can do about getting rid of that problem. Disable. Enemy is destroyed. All night, keep 1 AP. Target suffers 4 damage at the end of the turn. Damage reduced by 1 per turn. Execution. Throw a grenade. Catch this, bitch. Nice. You're not Overwatch anymore, are you?
The foe bleeds. Claim the seed.
Taking aim. Fear not. Still
Damn it. 2 shots is going to reload it. That gun needs a bigger clip. It desperately needs a bigger clip.
It will be done.
Yeah, I know. 100% on the warp. Disabled melee. Yeah, it's fine.
I must sanctify my rounds. For Titan!
Excellent work, Commander. Withdraw your forces. Our initiates can tend to the leftover filth.
Nice. Yeah, I screwed that one up. So we got 2 seeds. So we are collecting seeds on these missions. Okay. Purgator and Purifier. Okay. Falchion. Alright. Power Armor. 2 additional HP. Plus 2 range on grenades. But the HP is nice. Okay. Well, we got a couple promotions. The sniper didn't get one, but you did. Alright. Focusing on melee with the interceptors. So... Activate to give this ability, inflict bleed. Target suffers 3 damage into the turn. 1+1 crit damage. Let's do the same with you. +1 crit. And this knight's melee attacks gain +5 crit percentage. Okay. Cool. All right. I know it's a short stream for me, but this is a special occasion since it was Christmas. I'm going to call this one here. I'll be back tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time, where it will be blah, blah, blah. It will be Krim Unity night. So bring your favorite competitive game and see if I got it. That's going to do it for me. Let's see if there's anybody on we can go say hello to. I think we got some people we could go raid tonight. Let's see here. How's about we go say hello to Sakura? So let's do this right. If I can figure out how. All right. _ There we go. All right. anyway, Saki, she's playing Factorio. And thank you once again for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays to all of you. And I will see you all tomorrow night, 5:30 p.m. U.S. Central Time for Krim Unity Night. Until then, have a good night, everybody. Bye-bye.